If you only know that she was getting on the seventh floor. Well, can't believe the semifinals are already here. We're going to get started on that in just a minute. Boy, my mic volume is really loud. I'm going to turn that down before the stream starts. You don't have to worry about that. But we'll get started here shortly. So stay tuned, and we'll see you guys in about 5. Oh my goodness, why is that so loud? Ah! Okay. Kind of interested. Let me see how loud this is real fast. Okay, whatever. Sounds good enough to me. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, it is time, I'd say, to get started, huh? That's enough of that. Good day, everybody. How are you all doing? Hope you guys are having a fantastic today's Thursday? I don't know, there's football today, so I'm so used to all of these games being on Saturday, but we don't have any more football on Saturday. We've only got today, tomorrow, and then not this upcoming Monday, but the one afterwards, and then we're out of college football games. We only got 3 left. Unbelievable that we're at that point in the season, but it's the way it is. But yeah, good to see all you guys up in the comment section. Today, of course, is the Fiesta Bowl between Ole Miss and Miami. And to be honest, all of these playoff games, at this point onward, to me now, all that matters is that we're just going to get good games. That's what I hope for. I don't care about anything else. I just want a good game out of all of these squads. I hope we get a good game tomorrow between Oregon and Indiana. And then I hope we get one today between both of these two squads as well. All of the teams that I do not like and the fan bases I do not like have been eliminated. Alabama and Georgia specifically, as well as Ohio State. Sorry, Red. Tough luck there, buddy. But yeah, no. At this point, I mean, I don't have any grievances against any of these teams. If I had to choose who I want to win by this point, I would say it's probably Ole Miss. Not just because of my SEC homerism, but rather due to the fact that I think if they win it all, then they're giving one of these. They're giving one of these to good old Eli and Kiffin. And to me, that means more than anything I could ask for. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll find out in due time. All I can hope for is that we get a good game out of both of these. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to have to see where the command studio is so I can put it on the big screen. But yeah, good to see all of y'all in here. Gonna hopefully be a good game today. Again, that's all I can really hope for at this point in time. There really isn't much else. Also, I'm repping my, for the first time here on stream, College Football Chaos merch. I got this shirt. You know, I every time I get on here, whenever I'm repping the merch, I'm always wearing the Squidtard orange ones. And I wanted to pick something different for today's show, so I got this one, College Football Chaos. Great series, by the way. Would highly recommend checking it out. It's great stuff. Oh, yeah, let me go ahead and do that poll, because I'm sure you guys want to go ahead and pick and choose who's going to win between Ole Miss and Miami. Also, I'm probably going to, for those of you currently watching on Twitch, which aren't many of you, but for those of you who are, I might be shutting it down over there on Twitch prematurely, because for whatever reason, the live chat is not loading up on the Twitch end. So to prevent myself from missing any of those Twitch chats, I'm probably just going to shut it down over there on Twitch until I can figure out what's going on. Because for whatever reason, it's not the live chat is not showing up for me. Obviously, I can see it when I actually go to Twitch, but I can't. My multi-chat, for whatever reason, it's not showing up on OBS. So, Yeah, that's a big bummer right there. But yeah, a lot of big news today out of the transfer portal and yesterday and the few days before. It's funny that everybody's so focused on this Damon Williams fiasco that there was a whole bunch of people who already forgot that there was a playoff game happening today. So I do think that's kind of funny. But the whole situation around it, pending that it's true. And for those of you who don't know, Damon Williams, of course, hit the transfer portal after he already signed a contract that he was going to stay there, extended as the starting quarterback, at least for the next year. But then he decided, you know what? I'm just going to disappear out of nowhere and hit the portal. Nobody knew about it, none of the players, none of the coaches, not even his own lawyer knew. And then he just bounced in the middle of the night. Nobody even knew. Of course, Elaine Kiffin, everybody's favorite, had some part to do with that because he offered to pay him more money. And you know how that goes. Now, the whole thing that everybody's really pissed off about is the fact that he left on the day of the celebration of life of one of the soccer players from the University of Washington, Mia something. I forgot her last name, but she tragically passed away from a aggressive form of kidney cancer, and a lot of the players and Washington sports members, they showed up there at the celebration of life, and it was during that celebration of life, that the announcement came out that Damon Williams was hitting the transfer portal. So it was just seen as a real dickhead move by Damon Williams. I don't know. I don't really know when he made the decision to hit the portal, whether it was right there. Mia Hamm, that's who it was, yes. Unfortunately, she tragically passed away, and a bunch of the players, a bunch of the team, they attended that celebration of life, and it was during that he hit the portal, and nobody even found out until afterwards that he was gone, more than likely to LSU, thanks to Elaine Kiffin. So whatever happens from this point onward is an unknown. And again, some of the details around it about him maliciously doing that midway through the celebration of life. So part of that is like, we don't know if that's true. We don't know if there was any malicious intent behind it, or if he was just a dumbass and decided to jump ship at that particular moment. I mean, no doubt, no matter which way you look at it, it was obviously pure negligence by Damon Williams. And I guess if it was malicious, which that's alleged at this point, but if it was, then assholes stick with assholes. Yeah. No, nothing else to say about that. Yeah, but Kiffin's changed, though, you guys. Kiffin's a completely different person. He's changed and matured over the years. Right. My ass. So, yeah, that's what everybody's been focused on, at least for these past few days. Everybody just sort of forgot that there was a playoff game currently in the making here. Where's the polls? Here we go. Who the winner? 7th floor. Baby Shark doo-doo-doo. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's a good milkshake, by the way. A lot of people are pissed at Tennessee right now. Mainly the fan base. Because while we're doing absolutely nothing in the transfer portal, Danny White is sitting there arguing with random users on Twitter. And so a lot of Tennessee fans are losing their minds. First of all, I mean, it is funny to troll about because, I mean, it is an outright disaster, no doubt, especially because of the fan base and the way that they're reacting. But there are a lot of teams right now, a lot of big name teams that are suffering from the same issue. I know Oregon is one of them who has lost a bunch of commits and are having trouble bringing some in. Oh, even Ohio State. Ohio State's having a hard time. They lost a majority of their supporting coaches, lost a lot of their players. Jeremiah Smith is staying, which is really, really good. There was expectations that he might have jumped ship to the Hurricanes after Miami beat him, but no, he's staying. So big gain for Ohio State right there. But yeah, those two schools on top of many others are suffering from the same issue right now. They can't get anybody in the portal. Meanwhile, they have all their players, or seemingly a lot of their good players, jumping ship and going on. I mean, we've already lost some key players. To me, the backbreaker for Tennessee was the fact that we lost Jordan Ross. That's the one that stings the most of any of the players, because I feel like you can do like Miami. Because Miami, they had no DBs in sight after last season, but they went through, grabbed a bunch of DBs from the portal going into this year, and you see how it's helped them. I mean, and now they're in the playoffs. So they're doing just fine. So it's not like we can't rebound and grab a bunch of players from the portal in the due days, but we've lost a lot of talent, specifically on the defense. I thought Ricky Gibson was going to stay. He's gone. I thought Jordan Ross was going to stay. He's gone. We lost another man on the defensive line. We have lost a bunch of our starters, not just through the NFL draft, which is upcoming, but everything else with the transfer portal. So it's going to sting quite a bit. It's going to sting, I think. We're going to need to. I don't think these coaches realize the situation that they're in. Because for coaches like Josh Heupel, he's one of them, along with Lincoln Riley, Dabo Sweeney is another one. These are coaches who have been around their program for a significant amount of time, have not given the fans the expectations that they supposedly deserve, and now the patience has worn out and they need results for next season. Lincoln Riley is I would say is the most safest out of those three by far because of the recruiting class, but if this next year winds up being another dud, it ain't gonna look pretty, because I guarantee you, no matter what USC does next year, whether they win the national championship or go 0-12, at least one, if not more than one, of those 5 stars that they've got is hitting the transfer portal. That's just how it is. That's just the way it is. Bulldog, Mississippi, thank you so much. Sending out 5 Squidtard memberships. Thank you very much. Gifting 5 memberships to 5 very, very lucky users. To those of you who got memberships, welcome. Thank you for becoming an official soldier of Tardaria. And an extra thank you to Bulldog, Mississippi for helping out with that. Good guy. Fantastic fella, even. But yeah, no, I think Lincoln Riley's in a good position right now, no matter what happens. But he needs to show results next season. Same goes for Dabo and Heupel, though. Anyway, let me go ahead and respond to some of you guys' comments before we get into this game. College game day is going on right now. They're still talking about the game, blah blah blah. You get the idea. Here, I'm probably gonna do this. If you are on Twitch, do yourself a favor and join us over on YouTube, because I'm going to end the stream on Twitch because I still can't see the chat, and that's going to piss me off because I'm going to have to jump between the two, and that's just going to cause a lot of problems. So if you're on Twitch right now, go to YouTube, and we'll be there. You guys take care, though. Power to Tardaria. Boop-a-dip-a-dur. Yeah, I can't figure out for the life of me why that Twitch chat's not showing up. I'm going to try and figure that out before the end of tomorrow, because Sonic Racing Cross Worlds just dropped the Pac-Man Festival, and I definitely want to be a part of that and play in that tomorrow before the next game. So I'm going to figure that out. Anyway. Miami defense will find a way to win this game, says Wolverine. Yeah. I think I picked the Canes in the FBS report, and that's where I'm going to stick with it. I think that's what's going to happen. Tanner Horn, being a member for 3 months, much appreciated, man, says, as a Georgia fan, I have to say Ole Miss kicked our tails. We were the better team, and I wish them luck. They didn't even necessarily kick your tails in. I know people are going to be like, oh, if you're Georgia and you lose any game, yeah, you're that's belt to ass. No. You guys lost by a game-winning field goal. It doesn't matter what happened at the end of that game thanks to ref ball, but you guys lost by a game-winning field goal. So nothing to necessarily be ashamed of. Ole Miss is a really good team. They remind me a lot of Indiana in the way that they don't necessarily have the most talent, but what they do have is a whole team, free of exploitable holes. I guess you could say that. Lady Vols in stage to play right now. To be honest, I'm mainly focused on this game. I'll probably jump in between it, maybe at some point. But right now, this is my main focus. What are your thoughts on the Ty Simpson to Tennessee rumor? Well, unfortunately, the rumor's done because he's declaring for the draft as confirmed as of yesterday. But if he was able to come to Knoxville, that would have been phenomenal. I would have loved that. So I don't know what Heupel was doing while he was in Martin, Tennessee. Supposedly, he was there to try and convince Ty to join the Vols in Knoxville. But that's obviously not what it was, because now he's trying to get Sam Levitt in there. I think he was trying to grab some random 3-star recruit. So, I mean, if we get him, then I guess all the power to him. And, I mean, I would have loved for him to come to Knoxville. A lot of people think that this system is sort of a plug-and-play type of ordeal. And it's a lot, I would say the Heupel offense is quite a bit more complicated than that. Because we saw how it worked out with Joe Milton and Nico. They weren't able to work through the entire Heupel offense. They had to work through a dumbed-down version of it that only worked for about a quarter before it eventually fell off a cliff and died. Joey Aguilar was like a gem of a find in the portal, so if we can find another one of those, that would be phenomenal. Does Ole Miss win that Georgia game if Lane Kiffin is still coaching? I don't think so. I doubt it. Lane Kiffin has consistently found a way to coach himself into a hole in big games. That's why I don't think he's going to be all that. Let's be real here. I think he's going to be successful at LSU because of all the talent that he's going to pick up there. Because everybody knows Kiffin. Hold on, I'm going to move this camera up. Move it up a bit more. There we go. Kiffin is no doubt going to have a lot of talent to work with at LSU. He's going to have more talent there than any single team that he had at Ole Miss. That's the truth. So if he gets the right coaching staff around him, he'll probably end up being successful. But he's consistently found a way to choke on his own dong in all the big games that he's played in. And I could absolutely see that happening again when LSU plays in the big games next year. And at this point, that's what I would want. Not just because of Kiffin being an absolute obnoxious douchebag, but because it's a little bit more than that. The Jamal Williams fiasco plus everything else, that man is going to, we're only, think about it, we're not even in off-season status yet. We're not even in the off-season, and that man is surely steadily becoming the most hated man in all of college football. Before this year, you could have given that status to somebody else, the likes of Brian Kelly. It was a much tougher race, a much closer one. But now, I think by far going into next season, he's going to be the most hated man in college football. By a long shot. All hail the talent feed. Dadgum right. Hey, talent feed's so good that you don't even have to try to do anything, and you can get to 8-5 and lose in the Music City Bowl. Yeah, love the talent fee. I'd be a fan of the talent fee if there was such a thing along with it called the no talent fee, to where every time Tennessee loses a game in any sport, part of that talent fee goes directly back to the fans. So instead of losing money, you gain money every time Tennessee loses. So then, it makes it a lot easier. But that ain't gonna work. That would never happen. Lane Kiffin has turned LSU into the most hated squad in college football. And what's funny about that is they weren't even far beyond that before with BK. When Brian Kelly was there, LSU was at the top of the list of the most hated teams in college football. Now we're reaching a grade level above anything that anybody's ever seen. West Virginia keeps poaching our team. Leave us alone, Rich Rod. Yeah, you should have expected that. Yeah, that's exactly what was going to happen. Congratulations, Jacksonville State is now a pipeline for West Virginia. South Florida, that's now a pipeline for Auburn. Tulane, pipeline for Florida. And that's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. Every time there's a coaching change to another school, especially if it's from G5 to the big leagues, a lot of those players are going to spend the next few years jumping from that school to the next one that their coach is from. All right, well, you guys go ahead and vote on that poll because I'm getting ready to wrap it up. I'm getting ready to put an end to it. Do 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 do. Are we even using the Adidas money? Not yet because it hasn't gone through. We're still at Nike for the time being, but we won't be starting next year. Or I guess this year, now that it's 2026. Next season, more likely. I wonder how many teams Indiana will take from. Oh, they've already taken all they need. They got a quarterback now. They're going to take more, but they've got their quarterback. They've got many of their offensive pieces coming back. They're in a more phenomenal spot right now before they actually get anything than most teams could even ask for. And they're going to get a whole lot more. Especially if they find a way to pull this one out and win the national championship. Yeah, they're going to steal from just about everybody. All right, let's see what you guys voted for. 7th floor by 59%. A little bit closer than I thought. I think Ole Miss does have a great shot tonight. But after watching Ohio State and Texas A&M against that defense, I'm trying to wonder how Trinidad Chambliss is going to go tonight without getting sacked at least once by Ruben Bain. It's not about faith. No one wants the SEC to win except SEC fans. Well, I think, and this goes for both extremes. I think if you're an SEC glazer and just ignore the facts as they are, like if you're one of these people that says the SEC is still the best conference right now, you're an idiot. I'm just being truthful with you. You're either the most ignorant person on planet Earth, or you have a brain with the capacity of a cinder block. One of the two. Right now, the SEC is nowhere near the best conference. So if you're an SEC glazer, you're pretty dumb. But also, if you're an SEC hater, you're just a sad person. Generally, I hate both sides of the extreme. I don't hate y'all. I have both of those extremes here in my fan base. I don't hate you. I just think you might be a little bit of a dum-dum head. I'm moving to Knoxville soon. Oh, well, welcome to Big Orange Country. Hopefully next season is better. I'd certainly hope so, too, because if it's not, it might be Heupel's last. And then we'll be right back into the decade of dysfunction. Or more accurately, just the depths of dysfunction, since, well, that's where we reside just constantly. Does Ole Miss winning make the SEC look like the best? No. One team does not, that doesn't make any conference look better or worse in retrospect. It only makes the team look better. Oh yeah, of course, the ACC is the best conference. That's something ACC fans are going to have to learn too, because If Miami holds on to win the title or something like that, you best know that every single team in that conference, including Clemson and Florida State fans, are going to be riding the coattails of the Canes. We went through a gauntlet of a schedule. That's why we only lost like 5 or 6 games. Ay, ay, ay. The Indiana Ducks game tomorrow is going to be another battle of the trenches, more than likely. I'm hoping both of these games are good, and they should be. Last year's semifinals are really fun to watch too, so I'm expecting the same here. But my guess is that if there were to ever be a blowout in any of these two games, we're going to see it tonight, not tomorrow, because I think Oregon is too good on defense to get blown out. They're not going to let Indiana just torch them through the air. But the main thing is, I doubt we see a blowout here either. I think Miami's defense is too good to let Chambliss just do whatever he wants. Kawan Lacey, I don't see him getting to 100 yards rushing tonight. Plus, I don't think Miami's offense is good enough to get to that point. That's the thing that Miami lacks the most is they have a lackluster offense. They've always had. It's sort of a run heavy type of offense, and I don't see I don't see that happening. I don't see them being run all over Ole Miss's defense tonight. All 4 teams have a chance to win it all. No doubt this is going to be extremely competitive all the way till the end. These are going to be some good ass games, I think, or at least I'd certainly hope so. But at this point, the way I see it is, to me, this is Indiana's to lose. All four of the teams are really good teams, but Indiana just looks like they're one step ahead of the curve. And it's not even just because they're undefeated. It's because not only do they have an elite defense that knows exactly where they are in the field at all times, but they have the offense that goes along with it. That's what some of these other teams lack in clutch positions, is an offense that's able to come up through the clutch for them. But Indiana has that. So it's going to be interesting. I think if Indiana finds a way to lose in these next 2 games, that is whether they beat Oregon or not, it's going to be because they beat themselves. Gosh darn it, Squid. Now you jinx it again. It's going to be a blowout. I'd hope not. I've been on a roll with that. The last few games I've streamed have actually been really good. Now, the Rose Bowl wasn't. That was a blowout. The SEC Championship, that wasn't good. But I streamed Bama, Oklahoma. That was a fun one. A&M, Miami. Ohio State, Miami. That was a decent game. It wasn't necessarily a blowout, just Miami ran away. They did just sort of... You could tell that was Miami's game all the way through. Why is this on the dadgum Skycast? No, this is for the main cast. You absolute moron. Yeah, you should know by now, Noah. These games never kick off when they're supposed to. They'll tell you 7:30, but it's never going to be 7:30. Sometimes they'll just delay it till 8. That's fooled me a few times. I've kept thinking some of these games are at 7:30, but they don't start until 8. You going to the Slob, Squid? I'm going to try to make it. One thing is they've got to save the budget to get me a hotel room and stuff like that. But I plan on going. I've got to figure out where y'all are even going, though, in the first place. I don't know anything other than that it's going to be in Nashville this year. That's literally all I know. Ohio State beat themselves a lot during that Miami game. Oh, yeah, the pick 6 took the wind out of their sails. Like, you could tell by that point it was almost like the game was already over because they couldn't get anything going. Julian saying he was on Jeremiah Smith vision the entire game, and Miami knew it. What I'm hoping is, what's funny is that the best game of this season, it might not even be in the FBS. That FCS championship game, that was a spectacle for sure. I watched that thing through the entire way, and that final few drives was absolute insanity. Like, I was nervous through the entire thing, and none of my teams were even playing. Like, nobody I knew, nobody I cared about was even in that game. I'm hoping we get some of that tonight. Squid, the Aggies just signed Ricky Gibson from the Vols. Good get? Yes, very good. Very good. I saw somebody earlier say that we're going to fix Ricky Gibson. Yeah, shut up. Shut your mouth. Ricky Gibson doesn't need any fixing. He's already better than any of the... He's better than any of the defensive backs Texas A&M has on that squad right now. Truth be told, he's really good. So that's a great get for the Aggies. If Indiana wins it all, is it one of the best sports stories of all time? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We've never seen anything like this. Again, I got to remind you guys, Indiana was Vandy. They were the Vandy of the Big Ten. This would be like if Clark Lee carried Vandy, 16... him doing that would be like taking Vandy to 16-0, beating Georgia in the SEC championship, going on to beat everybody up in the playoffs. That's what it would have been like. Now, for added measure, the quarterback starting for the team also is an insufferable annoyance, so that goes in their favor as well. Yeah, I feel bad for Illinois State because they've never won a championship. And to me, now they look to be in the same position Oregon is. They've found a way to get there more often than not. They can beat their competition, get there, get past where everybody expects them to. But once the rubber meets the road and they actually get to that point where they can win the championship, they find a way to beat themselves and lose it. Because they had that game. They were playing better. They were the better team in that game. Just the special teams, man. It's why you need a good special teams. They say it's not important, but that's a fat load of bull doo-doo. Had two opportunities to win that game of either a game-winning field goal in regulation or the extra point, and then you blew it that way. Not necessarily, Noah. Purdue has had more historical success than Indiana. I know that's absolutely crazy to believe. It's like comparing a rotten orange to a rotten apple. They both suck. But what Purdue just had that edge in terms of overall historical success. That's what puts them a step ahead. So Purdue is more like Mississippi State. Just one step ahead of Vandy. Has a defending FBS champion played the defending FCS champion the following season? No, but I did see Montana. Didn't Montana State play Oregon this year? I think they did, yeah. And Oregon beat the ever-living piss out of them. Different leagues. That's why some of these FCS teams are so hesitant to go up to the FBS, because they know that the moment they get up here, they're going to have more of those games against Power 5 teams. And those first few years are going to be brutal more than likely. Obviously, there are exceptions to the rule like James Madison, but you're never going to just go... Very rarely you're just going to go from one league to a different league. Yeah, tell him, Lane. Tell him.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Very rarely are you going to do that and then, blow out all of your competition. It's just not going to happen. This game's about to begin here, 15 minutes after 7:30. Who would have thunk it, I know. Here's our command center. Let me go ahead and move it to there. Okie dokie. Well, here we go. This is Pete Golding's third game as head coach. Meanwhile, Super Mario, 175th game as head coach. He's had a lot of experience. Maybe all he needed to win a championship was move away from Oregon. I don't know. Crazy. Everyone should keep in mind if Miami wins, they play in the national championship game in their home stadium. How about that kind of history? They have to win first. Oh, sounds like Georgia. Every time Mickey Mouse winds up at a neutral site, it's always in their home state, Atlanta. They either get Mercedes or some other stadium in Atlanta. They always find a way to wind up playing in their own home turf. If the rebuilt Pac-12 wins the championship in 27 or 28, does that silence any of the haters? Well, I'll tell you right now, that's not going to happen. I don't even know if any of those teams are making the playoffs in 27 or 28. Would be cool to see James Madison join one, but which would it even join? Well, for James Madison to go, if James Madison went to the the power conferences, I don't know, that'd be a rough stretch, and they're definitely at the bottom of the list of teams to pick from when you look at the ACC and the Big 12 trying to expand further. If they're looking for new teams, they're going to be looking for teams down in Florida, like South Florida. They're going to be looking for them. Somebody like that. Anyway, we're getting ready to kick off here. Here we go, everybody. Fiesta Bowl getting ready to go underway. Hoping for a clean game free of injuries. That's all I could ever ask for. We'll see how the game goes. Here's Miami set to kick off to Ole Miss to start this game. Kick sails all the way into the end zone for a touchback, and Ole Miss will start at the 25-yard line. Trinidad Chambliss will get a taste of what he can do against this Miami defensive front. They have set these other teams to hell and back. At least the ones that Miami has played thus far. If you want a shot of winning, just pretend you're Louisville or SMU. That would probably help you out a significant margin. All right. Zach Stop, appreciate the 5, good sir, says, what's been your favorite game of the BCS playoff era? For me, it's the 2017 Natty. That's a really good game. I'll talk about that more in just a second. Here we go. First down for the Rebels. 4 wide set. Going to be a handoff. No, play action, throw on the outside. Dump off good for about 4 yards. Stribling with the catch. It'll be 2nd and 6. That 2017 National Championship, that was a really, really fun game. But if you're talking about the one with Clemson and the 2016 season with Deshaun Watson, Hunter Renfrow in the end zone. Oh yeah, that was a really good game. Here's a handoff straight out in the middle, good for about 2 yards to Kawan Lacey. Maybe about 3 yards. It'll be 3rd down and about 4. We have a man down for the Hurricanes heading into this 3rd down. Holding on to what appears to be his upper thigh. Ahmad Moten Sr. Strong man on this defensive front. Would really suck for the Canes to lose him this early in the game. We're not even a minute into this. It would really suck for him to go down. The moment he didn't even get hit. It looked like a sort of no contact injury. He was basically hopping a bit. He didn't go down instantly, so I don't know. This doesn't look that critical to me. Could be wrong though, but I'm hoping for the best all the same. Praying Ole Miss gives us another round of cinema football. Well, if they're able to do a much better job on offense than Ohio State or Texas A&M, then more than likely they'll give you just that. Nobody else sees and has really been able to find an exploit in this Miami defense, even in their backfield. So if Ole Miss is able to find a way to do that, then they've got a really good shot, I think. shoot, I forgot to answer Zach's question. I'll do that in just a second. Here we go. 3rd down and 4. Clock's going down again. Ole Miss 44% of 3rd downs this year. Here it is. They got to get to the 35-yard line. They're right at the 31. Bunch formation on a 2-man set. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Direct snap. Running away from the pocket. Throws out of bounds. And that'll end their drive. It's going to be 4th down and 4. They're going to have to give it back to the Canes. Defensive pass rush was too much. They brought the blitz, and they had no response to it. But my favorite game of the playoff era, again, and there are some really good ones. Biases aside, I thought the 2017 Rose Bowl with Georgia and Oklahoma, that was one of the best games I've ever watched. That was it's going to be hard to get to go past that. Another one that I thought was underrated was I think it was 2019. Was the Fiesta Bowl? The 2019 Fiesta Bowl. Clemson and Ohio State. That was a really fun one. The one where Justin Fields threw it to Nolan Turner in the end zone. Yeah, I did think that was a really good game. Set back to punt around the 10. This one, it takes a good bounce right into the hands of Tony, who returns it for about 5 yards. And they'll start from the 38-yard line. Good position for the Canes to be in. We'll see if they can get anything going against this Ole Miss defense, though. Nathan Tucker, thank you very much for the $2 Super Chat, says, we are guaranteed to have a first-time CFP champion. All of these champions, we're not guaranteed for it quite yet since the Canes have won, and so did Ole Miss. But Oregon and Indiana have a total of 0 national championships. For Ole Miss, their last claim title goes all the way back to 1962, and Miami's is all the way back in 01. So it's going to be interesting either way. Here we go. Here's a handoff to Fletcher, up the middle. Dodges a couple of people, and then down after about a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5 coming up. If the Canes effortlessly go down the field and score here, that's gonna put them in a really rough. That's gonna put the Rebels in a really rough position. I doubt that's how it goes, but if it turns out like that, that could be ugly. Here's bunch formation. Beck on the outside throw, got it to his men. 1st down, and a little bit more after he gets out of bounds. Looks to be around the 44-yard line. Oh yeah, I know what he meant about the we are getting a first-time college world playoff champion. That is he is absolutely right about that. Back to throw the play action. Beck over the middle, got an open receiver and incomplete. Oh, he had his man wide open. I think it was Keelan Marion on the reception there. Marion was wide open. Looked like a total busted coverage. Could have gone to the end zone for a touchdown. Just a bad throw by Carson Beck. You couldn't have asked for a better spot. Here's 2nd and 10 from the 48-yard line. Going to be a handoff. Up the middle. Good for about 3 yards on that one. It's going to be 3rd down and 7. Gave it to Fletcher again. And at least he's able to get positive momentum, but this is going to be a passing down here. They ain't really got much of a choice. And they're going to spot them less than that. It's going to be 3rd down and 8. From the 49, got to get to the 41 to convert. Looks like a blitz they could be bringing. They're not going to do it. Here's Beck on the play action. Takes the run. He's going to try and run for it himself, and he'll be about a yard short of getting the 1st down. It's going to be fourth and about a few inches from conversion. So I would expect the Canes are going to be on the field here. They're inside Ole Miss territory, so they're going to be staying on the field on a 4th and 2. Wow, they gave him a bad spot again. They might call a timeout here. Here we go, bunch formation. They are going to stick with it. Here we go. Takes the snap. Going to be a handoff straight to Fletcher, who breaks through the line. He's got the first down, still moving, and then down at the 40. Canes will convert, and the drive shall continue. Cristobal's got to be so happy right now, and I can't blame him. He's got a team that can do a thing in clutch situations. Any other time, this team would have instantly died the moment Mario Cristobal tried to do something. Got a man down for the Rebels now, specifically on the defense. Not sure what type of injury it is. All I know is that we do have a man down for the Rebels. Takes a commercial break. Ruben Bay needs to have the Myles Garrett type of performance to beat Indiana. Well, he's been doing it all season, so I could absolutely see him having that type of game there. That is if they get there. Who would have thought Ole Miss would be the last survivor of the SEC Conference? I know, crazy stuff. What an anomaly in the timeline for sure. But again, I mean, they had their easy path. They avoided a lot of the tough competition in the SEC. Nobody really gave them a chance once it got to the big leagues. But they got a layup in the first round when they faced Tulane again. They beat Georgia, and now here they are. So they're as good as anybody can be in this spot. It's worth noting that before the game, some of the assistant coaches have already made their move and bailed for LSU to go back with Elaine Kiffin. So, I mean, all the power to them for just going ahead and kicking them out because they need zero distractions in this game. 4-star Penn State defensive line committed to Tennessee. I've been waiting on that news. Is it official now? Oh, this is a new one. Penn State starter defensive lineman Xavier Gilliam is committed to Tennessee. Hell yeah. Look at Heupel actually finding a way to do some work in the portal. Good for him. Carlos Cervantes, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Says, thanks for amazing content. Hope all is well. Your generous donation is helping in that contribution, good sir. But all is very, very well here in the Tardarian household. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Under the miracle, I managed to get to 500 tonight. I'll, of course, wear the hot dog costume as promised. And I've got the mustard costume. I actually washed the mustard costume. It needed it. I haven't washed it in a while, but I did. I put it in the washing machine, and yeah, looks good as new. So when I'm able to put it on, all the grime that was on it before will be off. All those Illinois fans made it dirty. We got a new kicker. It's confirmed. Hell yeah. Good stuff. I'll look at it later. 1st and 10. Ole Miss bringing a blitz on the first down. Outside run. Good for about 5 yards. Good run by the Canes on that first down there. Gives it out to Shamar Brown. And a good first run to start things off. Don't worry, I'll get to that super chat in just a minute. Need to make sure that there's a break here in the break in the action. 2nd and 5, bunch formation lined up for the Canes again. 3-man set. Watch for the blitz. Marion in motion. Takes the snap, back to throw. It's a screen to Marion. He's got some blockers, still getting a good run out of this one. Good for about 3 or 4 of the yards needed to convert. It's going to be about a 3rd and 1. Opening up the passing game to some extent. Good for them. But man, If Carson Beck could throw a completion, this game would have already been 7-0. That's the weak link for Miami. People have been wondering where the weak link, where the exploitable hole is in all these rosters. For the one from Miami is pretty easy to figure out. It's Carson Beck. You don't even necessarily have to pressure him. He'll just make a bad throw sometimes. 3rd down and 1, bunch formation. Got to get 1 yard to convert. Here's a play action. Beck takes the outside throw. Got his man trying to push his way for the 1st down. He'll get it. And a few more yards on top of that pushes them to around the 45-yard line, and it's going to be 1st and 10 Canes. Or excuse me, not the 45. I forgot where they were on the field for a second. They're past the 30 now, inside the around the 26-yard line. I don't know why I said 40. Whatever. Whoopsies. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 27. Marion back in motion. Gonna be a handoff straight up the gut. And a little bit of movement for Fletcher there. Good for about 4 yards. 2nd down and 6 coming up. This is what the Canes are so good at. If nothing else, even when their runs are boxed up, they've got guys with man ball who find a way to make yardage out of it no matter what. And they keep getting at least 4 or 5 yards apiece. Refs are going to spot them a little bit lower than that here. It's going to be second. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Bunch formation once again. Looks like lined up in the eye now. Everybody all together. Man in motion. Takes the snap. Going to be a handoff. Right up the middle again. Good push. Fletcher not quite to the 1st down, but he's going to be about a yard short once again. 3rd down. 3rd down about 2, I'd say. 3rd down or 1 and 2. Even when the Rebels box up everything, this Miami offensive line is just too strong. Once again, they're going to spot them short of where I thought he was. 3rd down and 3. Ay. His knee must be going down short every time. This is not 3 yards. This is 2. Switches to shotgun. It's going to be a direct run on the Wildcat. Marion shut down behind the line. They tried to line up in the Wildcat there in the shotgun, and they were not fooled. Going to be a loss of 1, and now it is 4th down. It's going to be about 4th and 3 now. Just shy of the red zone here on this 4th down. You guys think they'll go for it again? You're a little bit further back now, so I don't know if it's worth it, and they'll agree. So here comes the field goal unit. Carter Davis from inside 40 yards, 9 of 10. The only one he missed was when the wind was affecting him in College Station. This is a 38-yarder. Should be an easy one for him to make. It's up, and it's good. First points of the game scored by the Canes, 3-0. Miami on top. And that's how we start things off here in the Fiesta Bowl. Zach Stalpa, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Good sir, says, how Miami handled A&M and Ohio State really has me looking at them just the more stout team versus Ole Miss, but it's still early. Oh, absolutely. That's why they're the favorite. Canes are the favorite for a reason. That defense is going to be really, really hard for anybody to surpass and beat. Where the weakness comes for the Canes is on offense. As it stands right now, it's just too strong. Jamal Williams announced he's staying at Washington. Guy, hope not. Oh, that would be stupid. After what he did, how are they going to let him start? Boy, that'd be crazy if they actually let him start. Anyway, we got our new kicker. I mentioned before, we dropped Guangdong Gilbert finally. He was over with the Piggies. He's gonna help them lose again. And we just picked up Cooper Ranvier from Louisville. So if there are any Louisville Cardinal fans in here, please let me know. Is he good? Isn't he? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he the guy that missed that field goal against Clemson? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I don't know what to think. He's got to be better than Guangdong Gilbert in the clutch at least, but I guess we're due to find out. As an Ohio State fan, it hurts seeing teams that have kickers that can make field goals. Right there with you, brother, on that one. Preaching to the choir. Yeah, there's no way. I don't care who you are. There's no way you have any sorts of dignity and you let him start after all Damon Williams did. Basically betraying the program and trying to run out on him in the middle of the night for money. I think you've already dug the hole. It's kind of too late to crawl out of it now. So I don't know. I'm not seeing any news about it. Maybe it's just not there, but I'm not seeing anything about it. So anyway, here's the Canes set to kick off. Ball sails all the way into the end zone for a touchback. So Rebels will come right back out here on 1st and 20 from the 25-yard line on a 1st and 10. You know who won't miss that field goal? Iowa. Well, that's all Iowa can do to score. You must know that they're special. I mean, if you're an Iowa fan, you know this already. But the Iowa special teams is the Iowa offense. Speaking of offense, I've got to go take an offense in the bathroom, so I'll be back in just a second. He tried to sneak in. Look who tried to sneak in while I was in the bathroom. This is why you're not allowed in here. You know that? Huh? Huh? Okay, you know. All right. Bye-bye. Yeah. Unfortunately, for the time being, I've had to ban the cats from the premises. Smokey maybe can come in here, but he's not allowed. Because, truth be told, I can't trust them. So, for those of you who don't know, these new I installed these new lights here under my bed and here on the wall. And already, just in the last week, I let them in here to see how they react to it. And, well, they instantly went right towards them and tried to chew them. So, until they figure out that that's not allowed, I've got to just leave them out of the room, unfortunately. Unless if I'm holding them in my arms like a baby. So there is a trend that has it been announced yet? Okay, Jamal Williams will remain on contact. Yeah, that's a really bad decision at this point. We'll see how it goes. 1st and 10, rolling out of the pocket. Chambliss takes the throw, got his man, trying to break a tackle, getting a Lacey. He gets about 3 yards. Broke several tackles on his way to those 3 yards. Most amount of effort I've seen for a 3-yard gain would be 2nd and 7. Yeah, I probably will try the. I'll probably put the because we've got some of that spray. I'm gonna probably put it on the lights here over this weekend. 2nd and 7, 4-man set. It's gonna be a handoff straight up the middle. No, it's gonna be taking it for himself. Chambliss on the run takes it about a yard before he's tackled out of bounds. It's gonna be 3rd down. 3rd down, about 6. Rebels have having all kinds of trouble. -11 rushing yards. Here's a 3rd down and 6. 4-man set. 9 up in the shotgun now. 5 wide. Back to throw. Takes the throw on the outside. It is incomplete. Tried looking for his man on the outside. Could not hold on. There were canes all around him. They know how to play that zone to perfection. And it is going to be 4th down. They just can't seem to get anything going right now. And we kind of expected this. It was going to be a rough run for him. Chambliss is nailed as he made that throw. So all that work for nothing. That kind of blows. Here's the punt from about the 20-yard line. Goes all the way to the other 20-yard line before it's out of bounds. So a good special teams play, but the Canes will get the ball right back here. So that they can probably go 3 and out again. The thing with Miami is as long as you don't give them positive field position, more often than not, you're going to be able to hold them back. But eventually, at some point, Ole Miss is going to have to figure out how to score, because they can't be like A&M and then just go the entire game without doing anything. Squiddy, the vibes are high. They're showing my art in a museum in April. Oh, hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Love that. All the power to you, brother. Hope it pans out well for you. Maybe I'll go take a look at it. Squid's cat could have been a better kicker for us than Gilbert was. Again, here's the misconception about Max Gilbert. He's not a bad kicker. He's not. He could nail 50-yard field goals when it was garbage time and nobody was paying attention to him. But whenever it came to the clutch moments in the game, the ones that he actually needed to hit, the dude got into his own head so much and basically turned into a shaking mess. He couldn't hit 30-yard field goals at that point, much less anything else from beyond that. And most kickers know this. I mean, pretty much all of them do, but they just can't ever get it right. You need to have nerves of steel to be an all-time kicker, and he doesn't have it. That's just the reality of the situation. And if you're a kicker that just can never get past that point, then the best place you're going to be in football is water boy. It's just the unfortunate state of kickers. You can be the greatest thing your team has, or you can be a detriment to them, depending on who you are and how much nerve energy you got. Has Tart Area Football built the Nino Nakano statue? Oh yeah. We built a new stadium too. It's great looking. Yo, Seth Stalin, thank you very much for the $5 Super Chat. Sir says, if Ole Miss pulls this off, would or should Lane Kiffin be considered a national championship winning coach or no? No. No. He shouldn't. You know why? Because Pete Golding has won bigger football games in 3 games at Ole Miss than Lane Kiffin has done in his entire career there. Because what's a bigger win to you guys? Beating Georgia in a college football playoff quarterfinal or beating Georgia in the regular season? I think you know the answer to that. I don't think I need to tell you. But that win over Georgia last year was probably the best win Lane Kiffin had at Ole Miss, and he wasn't even in contention when Pete Golding did it in the quarterfinals. So yeah, that's all there is to it in my eyes. 1st and 10 for the Canes here, lined up in bunch formation. Handoff straight on the outside. Black breaks a tackle, slides down after getting around 9 yards on the run. Shamar Brown on another decent run right there, and it'd be second down at about 1. This is about the best position you can be in if you're the Canes right now, because you're basically, I mean, you've got 3 different running backs that can run efficiently on the field. And as long as you don't get in a situation where you have to watch Carson Beck throw the football, you're in a good spot. Here's a screen on the outside, good for a first down. Still running after getting about 4 yards on the play before being pushed out of bounds. Gives it off to the tight end, and he'll get the yardage needed and a little bit more. That was the first reception thrown to an actual receiver. Up until then, all the running backs were getting all the action and receptions and whatever else. Clock turning down here, about 4 minutes left to go. This is another thing the Canes love to do, is they're going to chew the ever-living hell out of this clock before it's all said and done. 4-man set. Takes the pass. It's going to be Carson Beck on a direct snap. Throws it over the middle. Dangerous throw to Keelan Marion, who caught it. And it's going to be first down, and a flag comes in after the hit. And that might be pass interference. Give me that. I got it. Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. Targeting. There's a targeting call on Ole Miss. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. The player with the initial contact is injured anyway. God, yeah. No, I mean, Marion took a monstrous hit and somehow held on to get the first. So that's, no matter what, this is an extra 15 yards added onto it. God, I don't know about that one. Cole's called with the targeting. He wasn't looking at him when he even hit him. That's one thing. If there's any benefit of the doubt to this, Cole wasn't even looking at Marion when he came to make the hit. He was looking at where the ball was going and trying to make a play. And then by the time it was already caught, he was running too fast. He couldn't slow down in time. So they might. It's helmet-to-helmet contact. So by definition, this would be about the closest thing you can get to targeting. But I don't know. It all depends on whether or not it was meant to be that way. Let's see what they rule it. And the call is overturned. So it is not, there is no targeting, but it's still going to be a first down for Miami because it was initially ruled a catch. On top of that, Cole is out. He's out anyway because he got hurt on the play. At least now he's not out for the rest. He's not out for the rest of the game, at least. Do 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 do. Here we go. 1st and 10. Man moving in motion. Handoff. Straight up the middle. Brown escapes the first tackle. He's got some running distance. He breaks a tackle, and then he's down to around the 30-yard line. What looks to be more than one flag comes in after the play. This might. It doesn't look to be on Ole Miss. This might be on the Canes. Wow. Big run by Shamar Brown for about 20 yards is taken back for a holding. It's going to be 1st and 20 Miami. Pinned back 10 more yards. Could have been a backbreaker for this Ole Miss defense. Now they've got a lot of energy on their side. Shamar Brown making a lot of noise in the running game for the Canes right now, despite being the third string running back. Here we go. They're only going to give him 6 yards on that, so it's a 1st and 16. Takes the throw on the outside. It is caught. It's a bubble screen, good for about 2 or 3 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 7. They don't even need to. I don't know why they're trying to spread the ball now. They were doing just fine running the ball down their throats. Rebels had a hard time stopping it before. Just keep doing that. Here it is. 2nd and 13. Now bunch formation. Back moving in motion. Takes the snap. Direct snap to Carson Beck. Looking for a receiver. Plenty of time to throw. Takes the screen on the outside. Incomplete. Ball hits the ground. They're going to rule it live, I think. They are. Wow. A screen to Malachi Fletcher. Looks like it hit the ground, but then he picks it up. Oh, no, that is a live ball. Okay. That's right, because it's a backwards pass, so it's a fumble. Or technically a fumble, but he recovers it. Fletcher gets it back. Gets positive gain on that play, and it's going to be 3rd and 9. I forgot that was a backwards pass, so technically that's not that counts as a fumble. 3rd down and 9, 4 wide set. Takes a direct snap. Flags are thrown. Looks like somebody jumped off too early, and it is going to be a false start up for the Canes. Yep, false start. Cristobal definitely not happy about that one. Well, throwing down now for sure. Carson Beck's going to have to take a shot here. So basically, the drive's over. That's the weakest link for the Canes. Their lack of passing game once the run game gets shut down. If you're wondering how Louisville and SMU were able to beat down the Canes, it's because they were successfully able to shut down the run earlier in the season and force Carson Beck to throw the football. Here's a 3rd and 14. Backed up with 4 receivers in the set. It's going to be a handoff. They're actually going to hand the ball off, and Ole Miss surrounds him. Fletcher may be able to get a yard. It's going to be 4th down nonetheless, and they'll have to punt back to him. You could tell they do not trust Carson Beck to throw the football, and I can't necessarily blame him because think about every other time he's thrown the football in a clutch situation. Again, revert back to the Louisville and SMU games. How do you think they lost those games in the first place? Here's the punt. This is a good one. Sailing all the way back to the end zone for a touchback. And Rebels will start at the 20. All things considered, that's a pretty good spot to get them at. But yeah, all that being said, we knew this was going to be a defensive brawl. But the Rebels they're gonna have to do something. Because eventually, we know this is going to be the case. Miami is going to have at least 1 or 2 drives where they have put it all together, get a good run game going, and push it into the end zone or get more points up on the board. So they're going to have to, at some point, get something going. They've only got 2 minutes of time of possession here in the first quarter, which is about to come to a close. Here's 1st and 10, 3 wide set. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff. Lacey on the outside dodges the first man, can't get past the second. And it'll be about a yard gain right there. 2nd and 9 coming up. Probably going to be the last play of the first quarter. And before the snap is played, looks like whistles are blown. Yeah, Miami jumped too soon. It's going to be offsides for the Hurricanes. It's going to be 2nd and 4 now. A lot more options. Here's the difference. I think Chambliss can throw. He's proven it before. Trinidad Chambliss can absolutely throw in clutch situations. The only thing is the Canes defense, free of holes, really, really good. It's going to be hard for them to consistently find wide open people. Going to give him an extra yard here. It's a 2nd down and 3. At the 27. The clock will roll down to the final 0, though, and that'll end the first quarter. 3-0, Canes on top. That's about as close as you can get to a Miami score. They sure do find a way to take their time to do so. Ay. Miami is looking rough on penalties. Yeah, that if anything's going to screw him over, it's absolutely going to be that, because you're giving Ole Miss all types of yard. When you're giving them free yardage, eventually they're going to find a way to do something. I honestly don't care who wins, but I've had to pull for someone. I pull for Ole Miss just because I think it would be hilarious if LSU had to pay Kiffin that extra $1 million. I do think that would be extra funny. I'm right there with you on that one. Because right now, the way it looks, we're not even in the offseason yet, and LSU and Lane Kiffin have already done various things to piss the college football public off. By the time the next season gets here, LSU will more than likely be public enemy number 1. They're going to be that team that everybody hates and everybody's rooting against. It's going to be even worse than the Kansas City Chiefs, because everybody knows this about the Chiefs. They don't just hate the Chiefs because they're good. That's not the only reason. It's because everything surrounding them, especially like Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, and his family, are full of, at least in the eyes of most of the public, full of the most generally unlikable people you've ever met. So it's because of situations like that made so many people hate them and want them to lose every single game. And I could absolutely see that happening to LSU before it's all said and done. What happened to the Twitch feed? For whatever reason, the comments would not load on my end. And so I don't want to be spending the entire stream going back and forth looking at both chats. So I'm going to try and get that figured out for tomorrow's stream, but I just went ahead and shut it down. I don't want everyone to hate LSU and Lane Kiffin because the media and the string pullers will love that. And write a script for them to probably win the championship. Well, that's if you believe college football is scripted. Which, if you believe that, then I don't really know what to tell you. I don't mind having Miami this far in the CFP as a null, as long as Notre Dame and Ohio State fans in my town are crying over the playoffs and over me winning in life. So I'm really feeling okay, feeling about Butch Jones right now. Yeah, champion of life. Good job. Low-key hoping LSU gets whooped next season. You might, depending on how many big games they play, you might get your wish. Because remember, the SEC is moving to nine conference games next year, so by default, LSU is going to have to play more pretty tough games on their schedule. And think about it this way. Kiffin's opening up the season with Clemson coming to Baton Rouge. So Clemson is probably going to be hungry looking for revenge. Imagine if Clemson and Dabo Swinney go into Death Valley and take down LSU. Boy, that's going to create a whole lot of narratives after that one. It's crazy that Miami and Ole Miss are playing for a spot in the national championship. What an anomaly we've seen. Here's a 2nd down and 3. Takes the snap. Here's a handoff. Lacey up the gut. Got a lot of space. Still moving. Past the 50. The 40. The 30. Lacey down to the 20. The 10. The 5. They're getting up to it. Can he get there? Yes! He does! And there's the spark they needed. Ole Miss, Kawan Lacey breaks past the initial line. Nobody's there to see him. 73 yards all the way to the end zone. And Ole Miss is on the board. Touchdown, Rebels. Uh-oh.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
That was what A&M and Ohio State lacked in trying to battle against this Miami defensive front. Was a running back that once he gets past the initial line can go the distance, and that's exactly what he did. The moment he got past that, he was basically gone. They tried to catch up to him. They weren't getting anywhere near him. Extra points here. Kicks up. It's good. 7-3. Rebels on top. Different leagues. What a play by the lineman right there. That was perfectly designed. Made it seem like they were going to block the right side, but then said, "No, we're not going to do that," and then immediately jumped the gun to the left. Left a wide open hole for Kawan Lacey to run the entire distance. Hell of a play right there. Hell of a play call overall. All right, well, we got ourselves a game here now. That's the exact type of spark they needed, and they proved now that they've already done more than what they could ask for here in the first half. So we'll see what more they can get out of that, and they take the lead here right as the second quarter begins. And here's the kickoff. And it's out of bounds. Yeah, I'm going to say this. I was absolutely not expecting. If I was expecting Ole Miss to get a big play, that was absolutely going to be through the passing game is what I thought. But they've only got 8 passing yards. Before that, Kawan Lacey had 2 rushing yards. That was a 73 long yard run. Insanity. Tyler Rubin, thank you for becoming an official member of Tardaria. Thank you, good sir. Welcome to the Tardarian Club. Thank you for joining us here. I'm going to plan to do more stuff for members in the future. Don't you guys worry about that. I plan to make a rant about them sometime soon. I've just been so busy with other projects I haven't had the time to, but I'm going to get on that here very shortly. Back to throw. Beck on the outside, takes the throw, got his man. I think he got it. Looks like about 5 or 6 yards on the throw. Good catch again. They're not going to let Carson Beck throw anywhere other than these out routes and these screens. They're just too... Cristobal right now is just too scared to let him throw. And that could be detrimental coming in the future now that the Rebels have figured out how to score. Bunch formation here. 3 wide set on the second down and 3. Marion in motion. Takes the snap. Gets it out to Fletcher up the middle again, who breaks past the first man. Still moving. A little bit more than a first down. Gets him all the way to the 44-yard line. It's 1st and 10, Canes. And now they've got a drive going. We'll see if they can continue it. And get back in the huddle here. That's the thing. All the Canes need is just one successful run, and they've got the momentum right back on their side. There you go. 1st and 10, light up in the spread. Runs Marion to the middle now. With a 2 wide set. Play action. Beck looking deep. Thinking about it. Nope. Takes the out route and incomplete. Drag route is incomplete, but a flag is thrown. Might be another pass interference on Ole Miss. Woo, 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 woo. Yes, it is. Pass interference on the Rebels gives the Canes the 7th floor. Another free 15 yards. Good old ref ball coming in to save the day for him. If Beck had waited just a little bit longer, he had a man wide open all the way down the field. That could have very well been a Miami touchdown. I don't know, a bit of a ticky-tacky PI call right there. Either way, though, Canes get the first down. Now they're at the 47. Takes the snap. It's a screen on the outside. Incomplete. I don't know what that was supposed to be. 2nd and 10 coming up. See, Carson Beck giveth and he taketh. More often than not, he taketh. Because what in the hell was that supposed to be? I don't know how you throw a more inaccurate bubble screen than that. Ay, ay, ay. There's only one bubble screen I've seen worse than that one, and it was from Ohio State last week. 2nd and 10. Here's Beck. Again, thrown over the middle. Got his man for a first down. Quick pass thrown right there. Nearly incomplete as well. Luckily, they were able to get his hands on it, and it is going to be about a 10 or 11-yard gain for the first down. Joshua Moore on his first reception of the day. He had to jump up to get it, but he did get it. Had to fully extend his arms, too. Bunch formation here on the 1st and 10. All the way into the Ole Miss 42-yard line. Man moving in motion, takes the snap. Back to throw again on the direct snap. Beck looking for a receiver. He is going to take a bomb down the field. Well overthrown and incomplete. Nobody inside of that one. Looking for Marion down there in a one-on-one. Well overthrown. Was he always like this? Because every time I've seen Carson Beck try to take a bomb down the field, he always throws it 5 yards ahead of where his receiver is. How did they make it all the way here with throws like that? Was he always like this? I don't get it. Second and 10 now. Bunch formation lined up for the Canes once again. Handoff. That's going to be Carson Beck on the read option. He runs it for about 4 yards before being taken down. It's going to be 3rd and 6. Yeah, I remember Miami hyping this team up because they got Carson Beck and not because of their defense. Most people knew well before the season, most smart people knew that Miami was going to be good because of that defense and not because of Carson Beck. He's no different than he was at Georgia. 3rd down and 7. Canes 1 for 4 on 3rd downs. Got to get to the 32 to convert. 4-man set, takes the snap. Direct snap, throws over the middle. Wide open man for the 1st down before he's hit and taken down. And that's Lofton on the catch. Good for about 15 yards. Will keep the Canes drive moving. See, maybe, I don't know. That's the first time I've actually seen him throw a completion for more than like 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. So that's progress. And again, Elijah Lofton was literally wide open in the slant route. You couldn't have asked for something better than that. Takes a monstrous hit though as he gets hit, and he's on the sideline now. I can't blame him after that. 1st and 10 here. Oh, fumbled snap! Oh no! Oh, Carson Beck he wasn't ready for it. He had to slide down to get it. Flag comes in. But oh no. Beck fumbled the snap. I don't know what the flag is. That could potentially save them. It might be Ole Miss jumping off sides. No, there's no flag. There's no flag. Looks like Cristobal took a timeout right before the snap. Boy, they caught a break there. That was a drive killer, and they just caught a break. Ay. Let's see. Tyler Rubin, thank you very much for the $5 super chat, sir. As a diehard Illinois State fan, I was absolutely devastated with how the game was on Monday night, or how the game on Monday night ended. Cover 0 was the wrong play call. Yeah, you guys pulled in Arizona State. You had them right where you wanted them. If you guys played in coverage right there, you're more than likely winning that game. I get why you'd want to do that. You don't want to give the quarterback a decade and a half to throw the football, but you're better off in that situation trusting your DBs and trusting the guys that have kept you in that game for that long, rather than suddenly sending them all at the quarterback and leaving a guy wide open. Putting your safeties in coverage right there would have given you basically 2 extra defenders in the backfield. Probably would have saved the game for you right there. But yeah, no, I mean, you guys had all the opportunities to win. I don't mean to keep punching you in the gut. I think you already feel bad enough for losing that, but Illinois State played better in that game and had all the opportunities to win, and they just didn't. That's the way football goes sometimes. Dylan Lord, yeah, I wonder where Dylan Lord's going. Texas Tech, probably. Everybody else is going there. Did you hear that Bart Simpson declared for the NFL draft? I did. I had a feeling he was going to be in that position anyway. I didn't actually expect him to go to Tennessee. I don't know why there were Tennessee fans holding on to that hope. That was never going to happen. Rotisserie, appreciate the $2 super chat. Says James Madison. Jacksonville State successfully rage baited Alabama fans on X. Yeah, well, I'm just going to be honest with you. if the freaking like Walmart head of Twitter came out and said Alabama suck doo-doo stinky on Twitter, that would have been enough to have 100 Alabama fans sending death threats in their DMs. I mean, it's not hard to trigger Alabama fans in any capacity. You should see all the comments on the Alabama Get Out video, and that should tell you everything you need to know. 1st and 10 here for the Canes. Getting close to the red zone here at the 24-yard line. Very, very close to getting another score up on the board regardless. Marion in motion here on the bunch. Hands it off directly up the middle. Good push for about 5 of the yards needed. Maybe 4. It's going to be 2nd and 6, more than likely. Overall, the Canes have been far more successful running the football. If you take away that Kawan Lacey 73-yard run, Ole Miss has gotten nothing. But sometimes the big plays are the ones that get you these wins, so it just sort of depends on your definition of which is better running the ball wise. 2nd and 6 now. Ole Miss lined up in the press. Takes the snap on a direct snap. Throws, end zone shot, and batted away and incomplete. Great pass protection right there by the Rebels. It's going to be 3rd and 6. Braxton with the great deflection right there. And basically at this point, they're not going to run. I don't see why you'd run the football if you're the Canes. I know you don't want Carson Beck to throw an interception here, but you know it's the CFP semifinals. You got to take some risk if you're going to win this game. Here we go. 3rd down and 6. 4 wide set for the Canes. Expect a passing play, and that's what they do. Direct snap by Beck. They're bringing the pressure, gets the outside throw. It is complete, but nowhere near enough for the 1st down is what I would have said had he not had a second effort, broke the tackle, and got the 1st down that way. Keelan Marion breaks off the tackle and gets the rest of the yardage needed to convert. Oh. Suntaran Perkins. Usually he's so good in that position, but that time he did the Tennessee thing. Ooh! Dadgummit. Thought I had you by the legs, but you're gone. All right, I'll get you next time. Yeah, it never works. 1st and 10 now deep in the red zone here. Takes the snap on the handoff. The pass the 10 up the middle to around the 8 or 7. Gets about 5, maybe 6 yards. 2nd and 4 for the Hurricanes now. Well, it's not good. This is not good for the Canes. This is really bad for the Canes. Elijah Lofton's being carted out to the locker room right now, so they're going to be without him for at least the rest of the game. 2nd and 5. Takes the snap. Going to be a handoff. Good push up the middle again. Good for 4 yards, about a yard shy of the conversion. It's going to be 3rd down from around the 5. Marion's off of the sidelines, coming right back out on the field. It's going to be a 3rd and 2 directly from the 5. What have they got planned here, we all ask ourselves? Probably another run up the middle if I had to guess. Bunch formation. Takes the snap. Handoff. Up the middle. Yep, that's exactly what they do. Good enough for the touchdown? I don't know. I don't think he got there. However, it is good enough for the 1st down. It's going to be 1st and goal, Canes, at what looks to be the 2-yard line. Mark Fletcher, they have had all. I mean, they have had it's been a nightmare trying to stop Mark Fletcher, which is funny because up until now, Malachi Toney has looked like the better running back. Fletcher's coming out over to the sideline now. They're going to sit him out for this one. If I'd expect Toney's getting ready to come back out, nope. It's Shamar Brown coming right back out on the field. So here we go, 1st and goal from the 2. It's going to be a handoff right to Brown, who slips right before getting past the line. That's going to be a heavy loss right there. About as heavy as it can be in this goal line. Might have had a push right there, just slipped, no contact, and it's going to push him right back to the 4. Cristobal very angry about that one. He did the constipation. Grrr, grrr. You know the emote. Mario Cristobal is a guy you can always rely on for emotes, and yeah, he had a good one there. 2nd and goal, backed up around the 4-yard line. Handoff again right up the middle. Good protection, good push, a jump into the end zone, and that's a touchdown! Shamar Brown redeems the last run he had, and this one's good enough to get them all the way, and Miami is back on top. The 7th floor, 9-7 over the Land Sharks. Yeah, no, he flew into that end zone. His knee got nowhere near the ground thanks to his offensive lineman being on the ground. He basically leaped him over the over himself into the end zone. Here's the extra point. It's good. 10-7 now. That's your score heading into the final 7 minutes of this second quarter. This is a game right here. If Ole Miss can keep up what they were doing before, they might. I mean, I don't know. They've got a pretty good shot, but we'll see. And there's the Cheez-It commercial. I woke up feeling cheesy as Coach. Never bet against the 7th floor. Never have. Never will. Red did, though. Gonna rub it in his face. To win, you gotta not lose. To win, you gotta not lose. That's absolutely right. Hold the goal line when you're on the field the whole effing game. Yeah, no. That's one thing they're gonna have to work on. They did a great job stopping him beforehand, but again, if you're going to beat the Canes, you gotta force Carson Beck to throw the football. There's just no other way around it. If you're letting them run down your throat the whole game is just gonna guarantee that you're gonna lose. That's the difference. And that's that's another thing the Canes are really good at is not only are they gonna run down your throat, but they're gonna chew basically half of the clock doing it. So you only have a handful of drives the entire ball game because I mean, look at the time of possession. That tells the whole story. Ole Miss has like 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the clock so far, and Miami has the rest of it. They got like 20-something minutes. Who gets the ball second half? Miami. Waiting for Ole Miss to repeat South Carolina and throw another 70-yard bomb to pull in front again. Well, they didn't throw a bomb, but I guess you're talking about the previous game. Yeah, no. The way it looks, they're not beating the Canes through the air. Chambliss has like what, eight total yards throwing the football? Yeah. Trinidad Chambliss so far is 2 of 3 for 8 yards. They have not let him do anything all night long. In fact, they haven't done much of anything in general. They've only got 5 run plays, too. Yeah, that's crazy. Miami has run 34 plays, while Ole Miss has run 8. Ay. And then, here's your time of possession. 20 minutes for Miami, 3 for Ole Miss. It's abundantly clear right now who's sort of running this game. The Rebels are going to have to find a way to beat Miami at their own game if they're going to want to win this. It's just the reality of the situation. But if Kawhi Lazy can do what he did on that last drive again, then oh boy. But Chambliss is going to have to find a way to do something. Ole Miss lacks the dynamic duo, the dynamic trio that the Canes have. They're Kawhi Lacy or die when it comes to the run game, so Chambliss is going to have to do something. Because he's not the most electric dual threat quarterback in the country. He's a really good extender of plays. He extended a hell of a lot of plays every single time he's been in that situation, but he's not a guy that you can count on to like run the football. Well, here we go. 1st and 10 for the Land Sharks. They had a touchback on the kickoff, and now it is going to be 1st and 10 around the 25-yard line, as per the usual. They're not letting Ole Miss return any of these kickoffs. Here we go. 2-man set. Everybody lined up in the bunch. Now another man in motion. Takes the snap. Play action. Chambliss looking deep. He's going to throw on the outside for a screen. And a good push right there. Still in bounds, it looks like. I don't know where they're going to spot him out yet, but this could be a first down. Looks like he was spotted out of bounds well before the first. They're going to spot him out about 3 yards short. It's going to be 2nd and 3. Clock continues to go down here. Lined up in the bunch once again. 4 wide set. Takes the snap. Handoff up the middle to Lacey. Got a good run here. Good for a first down. Or that's Logan Diggs, actually. My bad. Logan Diggs on the run. Good enough for about maybe 6 yards, or I'd say. 1st and 10 for the Land Sharks now at the 38-yard line. Clock will continue to sail down. 4-man set once again. Takes the snap. Back to throw. On a play action, Chambliss throws. Now he takes a deep shot. He's got a man. No, incomplete. Throw well out of bounds. Even if there was contact. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, I thought they weren't going to give it to him, but they are. Looks like a potential. There is a flag on the field. Potentially pass interference. Nope. They're going to rule it roughing the passer. Aye. Tough break there. D. Lyman Scott came in there and threw him down as he was throwing it. They're going to rule it roughing the passer. Not sure I agree with that one, but I'm just a stupid, dumb old fan. That's all I am. So 1st and 10 now from the 47-yard line. Man moving in motion. It's going to be about 4-man set. Play action once again. Chambliss throws over the middle. Complete. First down. Got Lacey over the middle. Or no, excuse me. That's Wallace. And it's going to be first down Ole Miss now inside the 40. Inside the 30, actually. Gets all the way to the 26 on that one. 1st and 10. Actually, from the 27. 5 wide set, Chambliss all alone. It's a screen play to Stribling, who breaks the initial tackle. Still running, gets maybe 3 yards out of it. It'll be 1st and 10, or 2nd down from the 25-yard line. 2nd and 7 from the 25. Yep, good old ref ball came to save the day for the Land Sharks. Bunch formation once again. Here's a handoff. Lacey, no, this is, again, Diggs. Up the middle, nothing given. Keontae Scott tackles him, takes him down before he can get anything going. It's going to be 3rd down. Third down directly back at where they once were. So 7 yards to go to convert. Again, they're at the 25, so this is more than definitely field goal range if they don't get this conversion. 4-man set. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Chambliss. Rolling out of the pocket. Throws late. Forced to throw out of bounds. Incomplete. I saw everybody rushing at him. Immediately thought, oh, Carson Beck. 4th down and 7. They're going to have to kick the field goal now. This will make it a tie ball game at the very least. And yes, this is a tie ball game basically because you know this kicker is getting ready to nail this one. Lucas Canero has been electric. He has been electric the entirety of this playoff run. So here's a 42-yard attempt. This seems like a makeable field goal. The kick is up, right through, and good. Nailed it. And we've got a tie ball game. They updated the score before he even made the kick. That's how confident they were that he was going to get it. So 10-all here with less than 5 minutes to go in the first half. This is a competitive ball game. Miami's it seems like they're definitely controlling the tempo. If nothing else, Miami is absolutely controlling the tempo of this ball game. But what they don't have is that they're not running away with it. They're not in full control. So if nothing else, they've got that going for them. Do you think non-Ole Miss fans are rooting for the Rebels to win it all just to make Lane Kiffin look stupid? Well, I am. So I don't know. I can't speak on everybody else's behalf, but I am. I'm 100% rooting for Ole Miss just to see Lane Kiffin get trolled. Now, I'm not rooting hard for him. Like, if they were to lose tonight to the 7th floor, I wouldn't feel any different. I'd be like, wow, okay, they lost. And then I move on and make the get out video for them. But also, one thing to mention is that if Ole Miss does lose to the Canes tonight, since Mississippi State lost, I might have to make a sequel to the SEC Get Out video. I don't know. A lot of people in here are on the SEC hate boner train, so what better way to send Ole Miss out than to send out the SEC right along with them, you know what I mean? Besides, it makes the SEC Glazers mad too, so it's a win-win situation. The U's been back, Galutron. The U has absolutely been back. You win a playoff game. I would argue winning a playoff game is a more influential, substantial feat than winning the ACC at this point. Especially this year, because the ACC outside of the Canes has been the worst power conference by far. By far. So much so that the ACC champion didn't even participate in this playoff. Instead, they let in James Madison to get belted by Oregon. Glory be thee to the SEC. Miami might keep Ole Miss in the game with all these penalties they've given up. Oh, yeah. No. If nothing else, they keep finding a way to screw themselves over with all the penalties. But it's a little bit more than that, obviously. Chambliss has found a way to somewhat, at the bare minimum, exploit some of the coverages of this defense. Especially when they're lined up in zone. Thank you for showing us the playoff career of Aaron Rodgers. Very, very, very relevant to this college football playoff game. Here's the kickoff, and it's well out of bounds for a touchback. Canes will start from the 25-yard line with 4:38 left to go in the half. Squid, what did you think of our run in the FCS playoffs? Did you think we'd get that far? Oh, absolutely not. Illinois State Illinois State was supposed to be a first-round exit. That's who they were. They were going on the road in their first game of the season or of the playoff run. They were supposed to be a one and done and then be out of it. And then you beat North Dakota State. I mean, you beat the 1 seed. I mean, you were basically this year's FCS Cinderella. You went further than anybody gave you credit for, so you should feel proud of that. 1st and 10 for the Canes, back on offense here. Bunch formation from the 25, line up in the I, actually. Takes the run on the outside to Fletcher. Nothing given there. Line completely collapsed, and Ole Miss did not fall for it. 2nd down and about 10 coming up. Beck's thrown 10 completions to 8 different receivers tonight. Well, when you got the weapons, you got them, if nothing else. But let's not get it twisted. A lot of those are screens. 2nd and 9, back to throw. Here's another dump off. Got a man open, caught about 5 yards to Keelan Murray, and it's going to be 3rd down and about 5. They're doing a lot of popping off. Well, Graves made the tackle, which was a good tackle, but they're celebrating as if they got like a fumble out of that. Here we go. Canes 4 for 7 on third down conversions tonight. This one's about a 5. All they need is 5 yards, but this is a pass. This is probably a passing down right here. 4 wide set. Beck on the direct snap. Takes the throw. Another outside shot. Got his man past the first down marker with space. Marion gets a bunch of yardage right there, about 20 yards, and he's popping off after that one, and I can't blame him. How did they leave him that open? Well, I guess that's your answer right there. Chris Graves is caught looking at, well, basically nothing. He was covering Casper, so nobody was around to cover Marion, and that's gonna be a good. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess they're gonna blow it dead after the initial catch, which is still good enough for more than the first down. So here's a 1st and 10 from the 44. Bubble screen on the outside, good for about 5 yards before being pushed out of bounds. Alex Bauman with the initial catch. Clock is going down. About 2:40 left to go, but they've got 2 timeouts in their hands plus the 2-minute timeout once we get there. Here we go. 2nd down and 6. 5 wide set. Back on the direct snap. Looking for a receiver down the field. Rolls out. Plenty of time to throw. Takes the deep bomb. Wide open man. Keelan Marion. Nobody in sight. And touchdown Miami. There wasn't an individual within sight of Keelan Marion. 52 yards all the way home. I don't know how in the world you left him that wide open, but I haven't seen Ole Miss get burned like that in the entirety of the season. Wow. And right when they needed it, Carson Beck finally made a good throw. But hell, it's nearly impossible as a D1 quarterback to miss a throw like that. Keelan Marion was literally striding down the field. Nobody within sight of him. So touchdown, Canes. They take the lead. Here's the extra point to go up by 7, which is good. 17-10. Miami takes the lead once again over the Land Sharks. Wow. Once again, the Ole Miss defensive backfield got caught lacking. Oh my goodness. TJ Dougherty just got beat on the press. He tried to press the receiver, and then instead of going after him once he got free, he went like this. Are you going to throw to him? Oh, there he goes. Bye. All of that was entirely on TJ Dougherty. There you go. 7th floor retakes the lead. And it's not looking good for the Rebels. They need to get something going, but they've got ample time to do it. That's one thing they've got going in their favor. 2:18 left to go, all 3 timeouts. If nothing else, they've got that. Here's the kickoff, which once again rolls all the way past the end zone for another touchback. Last remnant of the different leagues conference trying to hold on for dear life here against the only remnant of the ACC. And I mean that very literally because there's nothing else in that conference besides them. Good old Elaine Kiffin. I bet you he got a smile on his face after seeing that. Colonel Reb definitely crying after that one. What kind of coverage was that? Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Land Sharks. 3 wide set for him. Takes the snap. Or not yet. Man moving in motion. Now he takes the snap. Play action. Chambliss. Outside throw. Caught. Little dump off. Steps out of bounds after about 4 yards. And that'll probably be the final play before the 2-minute warning. I think they might get another one in. I don't think so. Might bring a blitz. Nope. Doesn't get it off. Miami was going to bring a blitz here. That might have turned into a sack. But that'll be your final play before the 2-minute warning. Rebels still have all 3 timeouts in their possession coming in on the 2nd and 6. So either they tie this ball game up or they just don't do nothing. We'll see. I was gone for only 4 minutes, and Miami already got a touchdown. Yep, explosive plays. Name of the game here. The only other time anybody's actually scored has been, other than those 2 explosive plays, was Miami just basically running the ball down Ole Miss's throat. Ole Miss may be one of the more likable SEC teams, but I would prefer no SEC teams in the final, so I'm rooting for Miami. Boy, you guys hate the different leagues conference. Ay, ay, ay. I get there are people out there who glaze the ACC or the SEC, but there are people who do that to all the other conferences too. No, I get it. I get it. No, I won't argue with that. Iowa State has beaten FBS schools in the past, 5 of them exactly, including a win over Big Ten doormat Northwestern. Oh, Illinois State. I said Iowa State. Every time I see ISU, I just immediately think of Iowa State. But yeah, no, an impressive run right there. Did you guys, I think in the FCS championship or in one of the SCS playoffs a bunch of years ago, back maybe 10, 15 years ago, you guys beat Appalachian State in the FCS playoffs off of a blocked extra point. And so now all I can think of is that karma finally bit you all in the ass for that one. If Miami wins, will Michael Irving stab another coworker? I can't answer that one. What I do know is that he's somewhere on the sideline with the belt getting ready to slap it again a bunch of times. Conference USA is the best conference? Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it. That's why their conference champion got railed to death in the Cotton Bowl. Or not the Cotton Bowl, the Potato Bowl. To the MAC champion, no less. God, Conference USA champion got beat down by the MAC champion. Here, I'm going to do some special promotion here. Mainly because I'm sweating because it's getting hot in here. Woo! College Football Chaos. Great series. Here we go. 2nd and 6 from the 29. 4-man set. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap right now. It's going to be a handoff right up the middle. Good protection. Not good enough, though, for more than about 3 yards. So he at least gets past the initial line of scrimmage. But it's going to be 3rd down and 3. I don't know why they're letting Logan Diggs run again, but I don't know why they're not just giving it to Lacey. He's got 2 carries all game long. Let him run the football some. 3rd down, not much time left on the clock. 3rd and 2. Might be bringing the house on this one. They will. It's going to be a direct quarterback run and nothing given there. Aye. Brought the Wildcat right back out at the end. Tried the direct Logan Diggs snap, actually. But it does not go their way. The blocking was nowhere to be found right there. At all in any capacity. Wesley Vasanti was able to get right in through there and make the play. And it is going to be 4th down. Land Sharks. They're going to have to punt this ball back to the Canes. And the worst part is you've given them more than a minute to do something with that. And they've still got 2 timeouts. So here we go, 4th and 2. Worth noting again, Ole Miss did not use any of their timeouts on that drive. So I'm interested to see what goes on in this one. God, if Miami takes a 2-score lead before the end of the half, that could be messy. But they could also do. We've been waiting very patiently for a Carson Beck interception trademark. So one of many, many different things could happen in these last minute 24 seconds. So 4th and 2, they do the smart thing and keep or put the special teams out there on the field, punting unit, prepared to take the snap. That's what they'll do. Ball is kicked, sails all the way to around the 25-yard line where it'll be taken for a fair catch. So if they can get 75 more yards down the field in a minute, 20-something seconds, they'll be in a good spot. We'll see. We saw this in the last 2 games, but once they take a lead, all they've got to do is manifest their will on defense, and they're in a really, really good spot. And they've already gotten one half of that since they are up by 7. But if they go up with 2 scores in this one, it won't be good. All right, well, let's see what they bring to the table. 1st and 10 for the Canes. 3 wide set. Man moving in motion, takes the snap. Back on the direct snap, tries to throw deep, but won't as he's thrown down with a sack. Great play right there. Ole Miss brought the blitz, and they make him pay for it. They brought Princewell up there, and he was able to make the play. Got right through the line and threw Carson Beck down. He was looking deep again. Might have just saved them. Dang, and he did the thing. Princewell did the thing. He did the U down. Oh boy. Okay, now I'm gonna say this. I love the enthusiasm. I get it. You guys are losing, so I'm not sure I understand that one. Doing the U down thing while you're down is pretty diabolical, I will say. Miami used a timeout there, so they're down to their final timeout with about 1:14 left on the clock. But they're backed up here now 8 more yards. It's going to be 2nd and 18. So after that, I mean, the fact they burned a timeout tells me that they're going to try to get something going in these final few plays. But again, that's if they can get something going. Man moving in motion on the 2nd and 18. Takes a snap. It's going to be a handoff directly up the middle. Good for maybe 2 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 16. And if I had to guess, they're just going to run the ball again. Force Ole Miss to use another timeout. Because Ole Miss just burned their 2nd timeout. And now both teams are left with only 1 timeout. Or at least that's what it says. Up here in the command center, it says that they've got 2 timeouts. Miami. So did Miami burn a timeout there, or did they not? Somebody somewhere did not get their graphics right. They got that Squidtard technology. Works sometimes, but not all the time. There's always a Georgia hater in chat, rotisserie, because I'm here. If there are no Georgia haters in this world, then I'm not of this world. 3rd down and 16. Expect a run play here, them waving the white flag, but they might not. Tony in motion. Takes the snap. Yep, run play as expected. Good push. Pushing, still moving. About 5 yards in the play. And whistles are blown as he was still trying to get yards. Shamar Brown with about a 5-yard gain. Ole Miss burns their final timeout with about a minute left to go in this first half. Okay, so Command Center was wrong because Miami did burn a timeout. You down scared them so bad they needed a timeout. No, Miami's better about it. Miami, when you do the you down thing, at least the fans and the administration are, they don't publicly come out and talk about how scary and how badly it hurts their feelings. That's something you got to give them credit for. Not Texas though. That's what they do whenever you see the hordes down. They get so scared. They hurt their little feelings. Here's the punt. It's caught around the 31-yard line for a fair catch. So 55 seconds are all that's left of this half. from the 31-yard line. They've still got a lot of yardage to go down the field if they want to get some points up before the end of this one. Vols getting Sam Levitt or what? Well, we're pushing for him, so we may get him, we may not. But I heard the same thing about Ty Simpson, that we were 100% getting Ty Simpson. Always coming to Knoxville. He's coming here, and then he wasn't. So either he is or he isn't. I don't really know. I don't really care, frankly, because he may not be coming. Maybe who knows? Who knows at this point? 4-man set, man moving in motion. Might be ringing a blitz here on this 1st and 10. And take the snap. Chambliss on the direct. Looking for a receiver. Takes the dump off. Got his man who runs out of bounds after getting 5 yards. Diggs able to break the initial contact, but he can't get much further than that. 2nd down coming up. They're no huddling right back at the around the 35-yard line. So he gets about 4 yards out of that one. 2nd and 6. Here we go. Motion over on the wide receiver core again. Still a 4-wide set. Now that Miami's lined up in press. Waiting to take the snap. They move back. And now they snap. Direct snap again. Chambliss throws. Got his man. Caught. 1st down. Good enough for about maybe 9 yards on the play. And it's 1st and 10. 41 seconds left. They might just be going for the field goal because, again, Canero's an absolute legend, so he can nail this field goal from, literally 50 yards out. Chambliss throws on the sideline, complete. About 7 yards on that one. Inching closer and closer to field goal range. But you've still got 32 seconds. You might want to try and take maybe a shot or two to the end zone. No harm done in that. Try and throw him off guard. Tie this ball game up that way. Now, you can't run the ball, obviously, but you still got things you can do. 3-man set. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Chambliss takes another shot. Dump off. Caught. 1st down. Gets to the 40 on that one. No huddling. 26 seconds left. Now lined up back in the 4-wide set. They spike the football on 1st down. And with 24 seconds to go, they're looking at a 2nd and 10. Yeah, it looks like Ole Miss is just going to line up for this field goal. And with this little time left on the clock, I can't necessarily blame them. But you're not even in field goal range yet, so you've got to get some more. You've got to get some more yards no matter what. And Cristobal is going to use the final timeout he's got. Now both teams are left with no timeouts entering the final 24 seconds of the half. Worth noting that it's only the half. All right, well, that's official. Damon Williams returns to Washington. God, if I were a Washington fan, I don't even know why you'd want him back. He's obviously not committed to you. He's committed to that contract. If that contract weren't a thing, you best guarantee he wouldn't be staying there. I'll tell you that much. I wouldn't want a quarterback starting who's not even committed to the team. Anyway, here we go. 2nd and 25 wide set. Back to throw. Chambliss takes the throw on the outside. No, nearly intercepted. Oh, risky pass right there. Nearly picked off. Whoo, they caught a break right there. Absolutely caught a break. Good read. But he was right there to make the play. He just dropped it. Thought about where he was going. If that were Keontae Scott, that's probably being taken to the house. Now they're going to try and just get into field goal range. Takes the snap again. Chambliss. Another outside throw. Oh, dropped. Oh, no. He had his man there. He had Caleb Odin wide open on the outside in field goal range, but he dropped it. And now it's 4th down and 10. Well, no matter what, you've got to. Oh no, they're going to bring out the field goal unit. I was going to say you're probably going to have to throw here, but no. They're going to let Canero come out here. This one's going to be an extra long one. 58-yard field goal attempt by Lucas Canero. You can call him the GOAT if he somehow makes this one. It's directly at the 50 where he's kicking. Here it is. The kick is up, sailing, and it is good! Dude! What the hell? What is this guy made out of? 58-yard field goal, and he kicked it as if it was just a traditional extra point. Wow. I didn't realize Cam Little had more years of eligibility in college. Holy hell, dude. What a kick. Did Scooter get in here? No, okay. I got a text asking if Scooter was in here. Man, that's crazy. What a kicker to have. It's always fun to have that good special teams coming through the clutch when you need it. 17-13, your new score here with 11 seconds left to go in the first half. After a monstrous field goal. Here's the kickoff. It's a squib kick. Bounces out around the 10 and a flag comes in. Obviously interference on the kickoff, and it is going to give Miami a little extra yardage to go. But they're just going to take the knee, take this to the half. Why else? What else would you do here? You know what I mean? This ain't EA college football. There's no reason to do anything other than just take the knee. Woo! Spots the ball around the 35-yard line. Everybody lined up in the bunch. Here's the knee. And they take it. So there's your half. After that insane field goal that Canero kicked, this game is hella close. We got ourselves a game, and that's for sure. Takes it to the half. We go into the second half with the score 17-13. Canes on top, trying to get to their first national championship in a very long time. In the case of Ole Miss, they've never been to a national championship, so both of these teams are trying to fight for a spot that they haven't been in forever. A lot of storylines can be made no matter what. And if Cristobal holds on here and gets the win, that means we could potentially be looking at Cristobal versus Oregon for the national championship. Boy, wouldn't that be a hell of a game. Phoenix, appreciate the $2 super chat. Says, just joined. Are we close to mustard costume time? Not really, honestly. There's a number. I update the number every time I get a super chat. There is a number down here in the top or in the bottom left corner, if you guys can see it. It tells you how close we are to each goal. I'll probably make that bigger because I'm gonna update all of these graphics before the national championship game. And when I do, I'll probably make that or this bigger. All right, well, here's your halftime stats for you before we get into anything else. Here's the thing. This has no doubt been a game dominated by Miami because Ole Miss right now is playing Miami's game, and right now they're doing a good job. We've been on the field for 5 minutes. Crystal ball. Good old crystal ball. Mario Chris the balls. Will you bring back the CFP 26 gaming content? Love the UTEP rebuild. Yeah, it's coming back this week. So not tomorrow, but tomorrow is for the semifinal, other semifinal. But Saturday, I'm gonna give you guys an exclusive tour of what we're gonna be looking at for CFP 26, the Tardaria Dynasty. It's coming back this weekend. Now I'm not gonna be starting the dynasty, but what I am gonna be doing is I'm going to be showing you guys the roster, the stadium. We're gonna be laying out everything, and we'll get past week 0 so that we can just jump right into week 1 for the following week. But yes, to give you an answer, that is coming back this weekend. Got 147 people in here right now. Thank you all very much for tuning in here tonight. Y'all are all wonderful people. I keep saying that, and I mean it. Y'all are very, very wonderful people. Thank you all for tuning in throughout this entire season of college football. A very, very chaotic season. It's going to probably end in one of the best, and probably one of the best story narratives possible. So it makes it very fun, very entertaining, and going to be a spectacle no matter what. But we're heading into that point now. We're almost in off-season mode, which means I get to work on projects such as the coaching experience videos, and I've got a lot of those to do. The first one on the list is probably surrounding James Franklin or Brent Pry. I say Brent Pry because he was the first one to go out of all the head coaches this year. Brent Pry, Deshaun Foster, Trent Dilfer from UAB. You know, he's on the list, of course. He'll be one of the first ones I do. And then, of course, I'll eventually get to some of the bigger names down the list. Brian Kelly, good old Burger King. Billy Napier! I'll get to him as well. Don't you worry about that. It's all going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to doing it with you guys. And then, of course, I'll do some of the other coaching changes. I'll do the Lane Kiffin experience video since now he's gone at Ole Miss. I'll do the same for some of the other coaches that haven't been necessarily fired, but those are probably going to come after all the coaches who've been fired. Plus, I'm probably going to be making videos. I've got to work on the Penn State Clown of the Season video that is in the works. So that's going to be a fun project to work on. And yes, in case it wasn't obvious, Penn State is your official 2026-2025 Clown of the Season. Shocker. I know. Crazy. Crazy stuff. So yeah, once we get into the off-season mode, I'm going to have a lot of fun projects to work on, and I'm also going to be bringing back at least, I don't know if I'm going to be doing it full-time. I obviously won't be able to with how things have been working out. You know, I'm going to be, like I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. I don't make enough money here on Squidtard Sports to support myself full-time. I feel like that was obvious. The reason I mentioned that is because I'm going to have to eventually get the cursed word, the cursed J word, per se, now that I'm moving out of the college phase into real life, and that probably means that some of my time every single day is going to be taken up by that. I don't think it'll be as hectic because of the fact that it's, you know, a job, at least in terms of all the projects you have to do, will be a little bit more manageable. You at least know what you're doing a little bit more of the job, but yeah, no. All that to say, I'll be a very, very busy individual coming here very soon. Very, very soon. Yeah, Sharon Moore too. All the coaches who got fired for whatever reason, I'm going to be making videos about them during the off season. Yeah, it took me a full day to do it because you can't just, here's the thing about transferring rosters from college football 25 to 26. You can't just save the roster and then just move it naturally onto the next game. Unfortunately, EA didn't have the brain matter to think of something that simple. So what I had to do is I basically had to stay on college football 25. I had to go through each and every individual player and update their stats to the best capacity that I could to make them sort of like how they were in the game. I couldn't make their stats exactly identical, but what I did was I made sure that their overalls were mostly identical. Now, that does mean that we are going to have a few changes in the depth chart because there are certain players, I think the quarterbacks too, For example, Tyler Huff was supposed to start, and I think it's actually going to be Chip Chipperson now. The incoming freshman is going to be the starting quarterback, is what we could be looking at. All that's up in the air, but that's what we could be looking at. All that to say, stay tuned for Saturday. How's the Chick-fil-A milkshake today? I did not have a Chick-fil-A milkshake. I actually had a McDonald's milkshake because when I went to go get my Chick-fil-A for the stream, or before the stream, I totally forgot to get my milkshake. So what I had to do was I had to order on the McDonald's app because it's way closer to where I live than Chick-fil-A. So, yeah, not much I could do about that. But then again, there's so many McDonald's around here, so they're basically everywhere. Tyler Huff, the JSU quarterback. Yeah, the one you named. Rotisserie. That was you. That was you. That was the guy you put on the on the team. Are you in college? I was up until this semester. Now I graduated. Now I'm an adult. Now I get to live that adult life. And it's gonna be a struggle. I've already been told that I start paying rent in 3 months. So I'm gonna be hard at work. I'm gonna be very, very hard at work. Not just for my own sanity, but because I want to do the best to satisfy you guys for being the best fan base here on YouTube. Is it true Isaiah Horton just entered the portal? Yes, it is. I did see that news. Isaiah Horton hit the portal about a couple hours ago. But there's so many players that are doing it now because it's the Wild Wild West. Anybody can do what they want. So, do. Hello, my dude. Cool channel. Thank you, Evan. Thank you. Much appreciated. Who is the low of the low and bouncing back fast? You mean like team wise? I'll have to go and look what they're bringing in because right now there's no guarantee of what. There's not enough information to know about each and every team about who's going to bounce back after this season. There's not. We aren't even through the end of this year to know. So we have no clue. I'm upset Georgia isn't playing Tennessee this season. That game is a special place in my heart. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I am too, only because you are right. It's been a game I've grown up with, and it's going to be weird going through a season without playing them. Same goes for Florida. Both of those teams have been rivals to Tennessee for as long as I've been a fan for. So it's going to be weird. This is the first time since I've been a fan that we're going to have a season where we're playing neither of those teams. Hell, this is the first time I've been born that we're not going to play any of those teams in a season. It's crazy to think about. It leaves room for more games that I've yet to see. Like, we haven't gotten many games against Auburn or LSU or Texas A&M. So it's going to be interesting to play those teams. And Texas is another one. So it's going to be fun. I'm going to try to do my best to attend more games this upcoming season. Now, obviously, that means I'll have to sacrifice some of the game day streams that I do. Or depending on when the time is that I go to these games, I'll also do them in the morning. But we'll see. We'll get to that when we get to it. As an Oregon State fan, I just hope Oregon gets handed a fat L. I can absolutely see why. Temple Owls are going to completely rebuild and hoist the CFP trophy in 2027. All right, buddy. Well, hope you wake up from your dream sooner than later. Can you imagine Vanderbilt makes the playoffs next year? I don't know. The thing is about Vandy, I think they're going to take a step back. I know I said the same thing about Indiana, and then they wound up making what could potentially be the national championship. But, unless Vandy gets a really good quarterback out of the portal, I don't see them having the same level of success. Because Diego Pavia, as much of a hubris that he's got, he's a good quarterback. So losing him is going to be a big hill to climb off of. So they could get a quarterback out of the portal before it's all said and done, and then maybe my opinion on them changes. But they might just ride with Jared Curtis. Oh, which, let's be honest, you give him a few years and he might turn into a really good quarterback, but he's not. He's not going to be like a day one legend, if you catch my drift. I know this is going to sound weird. My family is Georgia fans 100%, but my mom is from Tennessee, so we root for them and we don't play Georgia. That is crazy. But I guess it's more reasonable than saying the same thing about Florida and Tennessee, because Georgia and Tennessee aren't like official rivals. They aren't even technically rivals. The fans think they're rivals, and they're called rivals by like media outlets and stuff like that, but technically they aren't. Then if they get a 5-star, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Jared Curtis. He's not gonna come in day one and then instantly start making God tier level plays. That's just not happening. It's completely unreasonable to have those expectations on a quarterback making his first start in college. Oklahoma versus Florida is gonna be fun. Yeah, that game's in Gainesville, right? Yeah, it could be a fun one. I saw a take by a Florida fan today that says they're gonna go 9-3 or 10-2, and I'm thinking to myself, oh boy. Think about it this way. This season hasn't even ended and the Florida delusion has already begun. It feels like we're already in off-season mode. It'd be pretty funny if Alberto Mendoza ends up just being as good as his big brother. Could happen. It's not going to happen day one, though. Because they're going to have to let him throw. Because they've been doing with Mendoza, Alberto Mendoza, they've been doing with him like what Texas has been doing with Arch Manning before he made the starting job, was basically he was there for gimmick plays, run plays on the outside, basically making him just run the football in its entirety. That's what he's basically been there for. But Mendoza, for the most part, he's been in there garbage time, and he's made some pretty good plays. Because I've seen him throw the football. He can make good plays when need be, but it's going to be an uphill climb for sure. Yeah, doesn't Baylor? I know Baylor picked up DJ Wrongway. Doesn't he? They played Auburn this year. I think Auburn is hosting Baylor to start the next season. Let me look that up to prove whether or not that's true. Yeah, they start next year hosting Baylor at home. Or no, it's in Mercedes-Benz Stadium for some stupid reason. But they are playing Baylor to start the next season, which means that we're going to get DJ Wrongway battling against Alex Golish and Auburn and whatever their quarterback is to start the next season. Nobody knows who Auburn's starting quarterback's going to be. They don't even have one on their depth chart. Washington might fall off the map next year. If they actually go through with starting Damon Williams, they might fall off the map next season. After what he did, nobody on that team is going to want to play for him. None of the coaches are going to want to deal with him. Nobody. I don't know why they'd accept him back. I can't figure it out for the life of me. Unless if he makes a statement basically saying that all the alleged stuff about him hitting the portal midway through that celebration of life was just a rumor brought up by somebody who hates him and isn't true. Like if it's on the level of the Josh Hoover furry allegations or something like that, then we'll get all our trust back for him and we'll move on. But he's at this point he's going to have to make a statement because he's the one who put himself in this hole. Because right now it looks like he's just committed to the contract. He doesn't care about the team. He doesn't care about the program. He made that, from what it stands, he made that all too official the way he just left midway through. So I don't know. But if they make him the starter for next season, none of those players are going to want to play for him. So they need to come out with a statement sooner than later. They might not form a team next season because a lot of those players are going to hit the portal. No receiver or lineman, no receiver wants to catch passes from a quarterback who doesn't even want to be there with them. No offensive lineman wants to block for a quarterback who doesn't even want to be there. You know what I mean? Florida has a good fit as head coach. We don't know that. We don't know that because to me it looks like yet another Billy Napier. That's what it looks like to me. I'm not trying to rag on Florida here, but a lot of the same things they're doing now are the exact same things I saw in the Billy Napier era. And the same things I'm hearing about him now are the same things I heard about McElwain and Billy, about McElwain and Mullen and Napier and everybody else. All these other Florida coaches, and they all ended the same way. Doesn't Iowa State only have 12 dudes on their roster? Yeah, no. Iowa State's in that spot, too. They need to figure out something quick, otherwise they could fall off as well. But that's why we have Group of 5 football, so that they can poach from all those schools. Yeah, on Twitter during the offseason, it was right before I went on vacation, no less. I was getting ready to make a video about it, but I didn't have the time. There were allegations that Josh Hoover was a furry, literally dressed up in fursuits and did all that, but he did come out with a statement, and so did TCU, saying that was not true, that was a rumor brought up by some trolly-ass Baylor fans. And the same thing could be true about Jamal Williams of Washington. Maybe just some stupid Washington State fan or something like that was the one who made up this rumor about the way he's handled this portal situation. But from the way it looks and the fact that his lawyer has basically left him now, the fact that his lawyer has left him tells me that there's some truth to this. And it's not looking good. I'll tell you what, if I were a wide receiver, I would not want to play with the quarterback that doesn't even want to be there. In all fairness, Lane Kiffin only cares about the contract. Well, that's been known. Everybody says Lane Kiffin's an asshole who only cares about himself. Oh, damn, the sky must be blue today. Do 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 do. So here's what I want to know. Since Kiffin, from what it looks like, since Jamal Williams is now stuck with Washington again, what does Kiffin do now? He basically got hoodwinked and bamboozled by the legal team over at Washington. So, and by this point, Sam Levitt has already moved on. He's already looking at other places, which could potentially be Tennessee, but even if it isn't, he's probably not going to go looking back for LSU. So now what does he do? What they thought was going to be the quarterback is no longer the quarterback. Where are they going to go now? They got to go somewhere. I'll tell you what, if I'm a Gamecock, I'm shivering in my boots right now. They could absolutely go after Lenoir Sellers. I know Sellers said he was committed, he was running it back for Carolina this year or whatever he said. I'm telling you right now, at any point during this offseason, he could decide, yeah, you know what? Yeah, and then go to LSU. And that's not even me trying to dump on his loyalty or whatever, because it's not just him. It could be anybody. Any quarterback at any place could do the same thing. It's just the way the system is. These players and the way they run, if they don't have loyalty to their team, and if they're like TJ Finley or Malachi Nelson and can just do a world tour, they're simply a product of the system. So people are real mad at Malachi Nelson for hitting the portal for the umpteenth time, going off on his world tour to his 12th school or whatever. Because if he's not going to turn into a god at UTEP, then he needs to go to another school to where he can maybe become a god there. And if not there, he'll be on, because he's going to go to the portal next year, and then the year afterwards, and the year afterwards, and the year afterwards. He's going to keep doing it for as long as he can. But he's a product of the system, because the NCAA does not care. They're going to sit there with a fist firmly up their cheeks and do nothing about it. Until they file another frivolous lawsuit. When that'll be, I don't know. But anyway, on to more important things, because the game's back on, which means I got to vlog back in. Of course, Miami is set to get this ball back here to start the second half of the Fiesta Bowl. Both of these teams fighting for a national championship spot. The first time in both of our lifetimes where we're seeing both of these teams, or where we see one of these teams make the national championship. Here's the kickoff by Ole Miss, sails out of bounds for a touchback. Once again, we're going to go without a kick return in this ball game. So we'll see what the Canes can do now. First and 25. Or no, excuse me. First and 10 at the 25. LSU will find some random hobo in the streets of Baton Rouge, and Lane Kiffin will somehow make him relevant. I don't know about that. From the way it looks, it looked like more Pete Golding and the staff around Lane Kiffin where it made Trinidad Chambliss relevant. Anyway, first and 10 from the 25. Here we go. Handoff up the middle. A good, decent little run right there by Fletcher. Good enough for 4 yards. Gets him to the 29-yard line. At some point, you'll have to cut your losses and just get to degree. Yeah, no, they're never going to stick with that anymore. They're going to stay in college for 10 more years until eventually maybe they get something going. I don't know. That's what Cam McCormick did. Cam McCormick was he was in the same recruiting class as like Joe Burrow, and he stuck around for a long time. They're on the outside, incomplete. Had Beck on the direct snap, could have turned ugly. I'm telling you guys, I don't know how long it's going to take, but Carson Beck is due for a trademark interception, and trying to get to Mario right there on a one-on-one, he nearly threw it. 3rd and 7 coming up. Could be a dangerous 3 and out here. Canes 5 for 9 on 3rd downs. Here comes the next one. 14:24 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Motion up on the line. 4 wide set. Takes the snap. Beck throws the screen. Got his man. First down a little bit more. Still running past the 40. Finally taken down around the 47. Ole Miss read the screen, or at least one of the players did. He nearly got there to bat the ball away. But instead what happens was Malachi Toney gets open, gets the first down, and a whole lot more. Good play right there by the Canes. Keeps the drive moving. And now suddenly they're in a much more comfortable position. From the 47. 4 wide set once again. Man moving in motion. Beck. Play action. Looking deep. Throws deep. Got a man. Might try and hit him. And incomplete. Had his man right there. Was not able to hold on. Decent throw by Carson Beck. Got to give him credit for that. CJ Daniels. He's been basically missing the entire ball game. Finally had a play where he might have broken free, but good pass protection right there. And it is going to be 2nd down. Chris Graves consistently finding a way to be good on that one-on-one man situation. I keep testing Daugherty if I were them. He completely whiffed on that one that gave Miami a free touchdown. Here's a 2nd down. Hand out to Fletcher. Up the middle. Good push. Still moving. A 1st down and a little bit more. All the way down to the 35. Holy hell. What a push by Fletcher. Some good old man ball right there by the offensive line. He would not go down at all. Wow. If Mark Fletcher didn't have any sort of manpower, that was a 5-yard game. But he turned that into like 25 yards. That's crazy. Even Cristobal's doing one of his emotes. Yeah! Mario Cristobal and all of his emotes. He looks like a Fortnite character on the sideline. Bunch formation. Handoff. Play action. No, it's some trickery. Double reverse pass. Throws the ball out of bounds. I respect the trickery right there. Tried to go for a double reverse. There's Ole Miss wants they want their grounding flag, and they're going to get it. Flag is thrown, and it's intentional grounding. That is going to put them way back. Cristobal not happy about that potential drive killer right there. And what set them up in very good field position. Damn. I respect it, just did not go the way that they wanted it to. Loss of 12 on that play. 2nd down and 22. Pinned back now all the way at the 46 out of field goal range. Handoff. Up the middle. Breaks a tackle. Still moving. Another good run by Fletcher. Gets him all the way back down to the 30. Or the 31. It's going to be 3rd down and short now. Really good run by Mark Fletcher once again. Malachi Tony is one thing I've noticed is that they're using Malachi Tony as just an extra blocker. He's basically taken up as an offensive lineman now. To his credit, though, he's doing really good at it. Here we go. 3rd down and 8. Lined up around the 32-yard line. 4-man set. Tony in motion. Takes the snap. Back. Throws outside and almost intercepted. Oh my goodness. Bad drop by the Rebels right there. Good protection by Graves. Had a pick there. Could not hold on. It's going to be 4th and 8 either way. It's funny because he's due for an interception and keeps trying to lob these passes directly into their hands, and they don't want it. If nothing else, the silver lining is that Tony got them, or not Tony, but Fletcher got them into field goal range. So this should make it a 7-point game if this one is made. Here's Carter Davis. Made one from 38 yards earlier. This one's all the way back from 51. So definitely no gimme. Here's the kick. Sailing, no good. Wide right. Not able to get that one. And it is going to remain a 4-point game. Good defensive stand by the Rebels right there. Looked like that might have been good enough for field goal range. It was directly up the middle. Just a little too far to the right. And the score will remain the same, 17-13. 11:53 to go in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, and Cristobal is going to do one of his angry emotes. Honestly, though, every time Mario Cristobal, every time he's in that situation, instead what he does is he just kind of sits there and he starts clapping. He's a lot like Billy Napier when it comes to that. Uh-oh. Potential warning for severe weather tomorrow. We've been getting hit with really bad windstorms as of lately. One of them blew the Christmas tree down. Guangdong Gilbert is back. To be fair, though, I mean, that was a 51-yard field goal. Yeah, I mean, Max, in the playoffs, if Max Gilbert were in the playoffs, he would have missed that from 21. Yeah, no, When it comes to the bad kicker playoffs, especially in clutch time, he's up there right at the top. Need Chambliss to beat the defense here. Yeah, well, the thing is, again, Ole Miss has been playing Miami's game the entire night. Because they've been letting Miami go down the field for most of the game. They bend but not break. They chew out most of the clock. But what Ole Miss does have is they had a couple of explosive plays, and they've been able to consistently score, which has kept them in this ball game. But if they're going to want to get past that point to where they're still playing this game, or Miami's game more specifically, they'll have to take the lead. If they take the lead, that forces Miami in a very uncomfortable position. But that's only if this game seems out of hand. If it's only a 3-point game, I think Miami's going to continue to do what they've been doing. Because, I mean, while time is of the essence here in this game, they've got all the time in the world and can continue to do what they've been doing. Anyway, here we go. 3 wide set on the handoff. It's a play action. Chambliss throws. Got a man caught. First down. Man-on-man situation. Deshaun Stribling comes in with the catch, and that is about a 20-yard gain to start out this drive. 1st and 10. Rebels now in Canes territory already. Around the 46-yard line. 3 wide set again. Takes the snap. Direct snap to Chambliss. Looking. Throws over the middle. Got his man, who's slammed after getting the first down. Great play right there. Continues the drive. Keeps it moving forward. Another good catch right there by Caden Lee. 1st and 10. Rebels now at around the 34-yard line. Lee in motion. Takes the snap. This is a handoff. No, it's a pass play. Nearly intercepted. Oh, my goodness. Oh, dude. How do you drop that? I can forgive the first one. Chambliss threw directly in his hands. Jacoby Thomas, former Volunteer, right there to make the play. Potential pick 6 if he held on to that. Drops it, and the Rebels catch a big-time break. 4 wide set on the play. They give it back to Chambliss. Throws another dime, and it is incomplete. What is Chambliss doing? He's trying to throw these quick tosses over the middle, and it's not working out. It worked out on the last play, but not on that one. I don't know what he's doing. He's a little rattled. You guys need to go back to running the football. 4 wide set. Rebels 0 for 5 on 3rd down conversions. Movement up on the line. Still 4 wide. Takes the snap. Pass play. Looking. Chambliss throws over the middle and almost caught. Oh, it is incomplete. Oh, boy. Lucky to break away with that one again. Another near interception. Harrison Wallace, he was open. To be fair, he was open. But a good job by the Canes to force it out. The ball was batted in the air and nearly picked off. Oh, my goodness. This Miami defense is about as physical as they can be. And here comes Cam Little 2.0 to make what it's. This is a 52-yarder now. To make it a 1-point game. Here's the kick. It is up and doinked. No good. Can't make them all. Even if you're Cam Little 2.0. Canes hold on strong. Ole Miss had a good drive going on that first play, but then it just fell apart. Looked like it could have sailed in, but it's doinked. And it'll be a first down for the Canes in good position here. China Canero. Yeah. Again, 50-yard field goals are no joke. Even if the wind isn't a factor, because that is a thing. The wind is not a factor in this one. Can't make them all. Position too good for Miami. Or so they say. Again, they've got a long ways to go down the field. But here's my problem with if you're Ole Miss. Miami's been in control of this game. They have. Ole Miss has made some explosive plays that have kept them in it. But in terms of who's been running the overall offense and which one I trust more, it's absolutely Miami. Because unlike the Rebels, they're running the football, and they're running it efficiently. Mark Fletcher, again, has been having a hell of a day on this defense. So if they're able to continuously run the football, they're not only going to run the clock out, but potentially take a 2-score lead. It's low-key over for Ole Miss. Well, I'm not calling it over. They're on the losing end, but this is as close of a game as it can be. They were on the losing end last week against Georgia, too. Everybody called them done. They were done against Georgia last week. They're like, oh, here we go. The Dogs going to find a way to bullshit their way to another way. And then Ole Miss found a way to clutch up in the end. So, far from over. And all they need is one big play, and not only are they back in it, they're probably going to take the lead. But that's if they can do that. Miami has dominated in terms of overall plays. They've got double the amount of plays Ole Miss has in time of possession too. Ole Miss has at least got 8 minutes now, but Miami has got 26. Crazy. How the wind can be a factor, they're indoor. That's the joke. That's the tee-hee right there. Tee-hee, ha-ha, laugh. 1st and 10, Miami in the bunch formation starting from the 34. Takes the snap, back on a direct snap, tries to run out of the pocket, goes down around maybe the 35. So it's not quite a sack, but not much better than that. Going to be maybe a yard gained, if that. Ole Miss coming back would be far the craziest thing to happen in college football. Well, this isn't. All they need is one score. It wouldn't even necessarily be a huge comeback. All they need is one score, but that's if they stop the Canes here. 2nd and 9. Tony again in motion. Going to be a handoff to Fletcher. Not much space to give, but he makes it work. Gets about 5 yards out of that one. It is going to be 3rd down and 5. Looks like we got a potential man down for Ole Miss. No, he got up. Okay. Never mind. A little bit of fighting there. A little bit of a scuffle. Stopped by the ref ball. It is going to be 3rd and 5. Here we go. Defense is going to need to lock in here. Canes 6 of 11 on 3rd down. Yeah, Rebel defense is going to need to lock in right now. Back to snap on a direct snap. Here is Carson Beck on the run. He's going to try and run his way for the 1st down, and he'll get there. Just barely enough to convert. Gets him all the way to around the 45-yard line. Another 1st down for the Canes. That's what we kind of forget is that Carson Beck in those situations can run the football. He's no dual threat, but when he can, he will. Brought a ton of pressure on the edge. Good foresight by Beck to get out of there. So here we go. 1st and 10 from the 47. Man moving in motion. Bunch. Takes the handoff to Tony on the that's Fletcher on the outside who gets pushed out after about a 5-yard gain. And it's going to be 2nd and 5. This is what I mean. If Miami is just consistently able to get 5 yards apiece, not only are they going to take away a bunch of clock that Ole Miss potentially needs, But they can get another score right here. And if it's a 2-score game, they might be in the same position Ohio State was in last week, to where they're just constantly going to be trying to be making something happen, and they're just going to ruin themselves. Here we go. Here's a handoff. Again, Fletcher up the gut. Nothing given that time. Maybe a yard, if that. Another third down coming up. 7-12 on third downs. This is to go 8 of 13. It's going to be about a 3rd and 3. Now, do they run this or do they pass it? Because I feel much more comfortable running it on a 3rd and 1 or a 3rd and 2. But again, you are in 4th down territory, so maybe they do run it. Here they go, bunches. Tony once again in motion. They're going to give it to the running back who gets the first down. Shamar Brown that time. I didn't see it. I didn't even see that that Fletcher was out again. The fact that they keep switching up these running backs is making it all the more concerning for everybody else. Is this a 1st to 30 game? Potentially so. I don't know. Maybe. 1st and 10 for the Canes. Same formation as the last. Up in the bunches. Takes the snap. Gives it off to Tony or Shamar Brown again. Actually. And good enough for about 3 yards. Because the way it looks right now, they are just running the ball down this team's throat. They are trying. Miami doing this. I mean, this is a physical Miami team. This is about as physical as a Canes team that I've seen in a very long time. Probably the most physical I've seen them. 2nd and 7. Bunch formation again. Tony back in motion. And we have some movement on the offense before the snap. And that could be a drive killer. False start on Miami. Woo, 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 woo. That's the main thing that's been killing these Miami drives. If they didn't have any ref ball going against them, this would be a whole lot better for them. But that's the big problem. That's the big problem for the Canes offense right now. They keep finding ways to screw themselves. 2nd and 13 now. 4 wide set for the Canes. Lined up in the shotgun. Tight end in motion, takes the snap. Beck on the direct snap, looking, throws over the middle, incomplete. Had his man right there, but not able to hold on. Drops the football. 3rd and 13 coming up. Joshua Trader, no wonder you've only caught 1 pass today. Every time you throw to you, you find a way to drop it. Beck did throw a little bit high right there, but that was 100% an easy catch. Literally, Jetty just put his hands up. Now, speaking of football terms, I couldn't make that catch, but I'm no football player for a reason. 3rd down at 13. Four-man set in the shotgun. Beck on the direct snap, looking. Rolls out of the pocket, trying to get away from the pressure. Now he's going to try and run for himself. Got some yardage, still running, gets down just short of the 1st down marker. He's going to be down about 2 yards short, and it is going to be 4th down and 2 coming up. Now, this is going to be an interesting decision by Cristobal's. You could kick the field goal here. This is a much easier field goal than the last. But they're going to leave it to their offense. They're going to go for it. Reasonable either way. I can't really blame them, but you better have a good play whipped up here. 4th down and 2, lined up in the I formation. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff directly up the middle. Trying to get the push. He will. Still going. Gets maybe 7 more yards than they could have asked for by Shamar Brown. And the drive continues now in the red zone. 1st and 10 Canes. I don't think he quite got to the red zone on that one, actually. But he's close. Very, very close. Just shy of it. Gets down around the 22. And they are just... I think everybody in that stadium knew that the Canes are getting ready to run the football right there, and they still got 6 or 7 yards. Here's another one, directly to Shamar Brown. Up the middle, good for 5 yards. 5 more yards. This is bad if you're Ole Miss, because now it looks like your defense, they are exhausting the hell out of this defense. This might be, I mean, doing this might be better than just one play, one bomb for a touchdown, because not only are you beating the defense like this and getting the score, but you're tiring the ever-living hell out of this defense. Here's 2nd and 7. Blew him short, really, really short. But they're in the red zone now at the 19-yard line. Tony in motion, takes the snap, hands it off up the middle. They finally get a stop. Shamar Brown pushed back behind the line. It is going to be third down about 8. Looks like we might have a man down for Ole Miss. Nope, just slow to get up. He is going to run to the sideline, though. Big man for the Rebels down. Or was down. Xavion Harris is going to be out for this 3rd and 7. No need to explain how big of a 3rd down this is for the Ole Miss defense. They need it bad. This is going to be a passing down, 3rd and 7. Lined up in the shotgun. Flag comes in, and potentially a false start that pins him even further back. And it is Cristobal with another emote. I don't know what that one was. That's called the stand around and blame that on your somebody. I don't know what emote that was. They're showing him here on the command center. He's doing the walk around past the sideline, pacing around in place. So I guess there's that. There's that emote for you. It's now 3rd and 12. Pivotal down here for the Rebels, as explained. Might be bringing a blitz here. 4 men up on the line for the Rebels. Direct snap. Carson Beck looking. Throws over the middle. Bass is batted and intercepted. It's picked off. Batted by a defensive lineman and picked off. Huge turnover, and there it is. I told you guys it was coming. I told you. Did I not? I told you it was going to happen. It didn't matter how it was going to happen, but I told you 100% it was going to happen. The trademark Carson Beck interception. Wow. What's crazy about that one is that wasn't even his fault. That was just a great heads-up play. Boy, that is unfortunate. Jalen Braxton tips the football. Kapina Geshekin is able to get in there and make the play. And Ole Miss has the ball. And on top of that, prevents what should have been an easy field goal. Certified Carson Beck moment right there, no doubt about it.
This is college football at its absolute best.
Let me play it again so that you can hear it this time.
This is college football at its absolute best.
All right. Real quick, let me catch up on Super Chats. Let's see. Okay, Zach Stalpa, appreciate the 5, says, people rooting for Ole Miss. If they lose, at least be happy Kiffin isn't getting more of those playoff bonuses that carried over. That is true. That is true. He doesn't deserve them because he didn't get the wins here. Again, this is so funny. Pete Golding already has a better win and 3 games at Ole Miss than Lane Kiffin has in his entire career there. Oh, it's like LSU's just... It's like they're just right where they left off, honestly. It's BK all over again. Yeah, Carson Beck is good about giving back to the community. Because he gives away a football every single day. Every single day. we're cooked. They've only been able to score off of freak plays on Miami's penalties. Who's to say you don't get another one? Never say die. You're only down by 4, and you just got an interception. You need to have a little bit of faith in your team. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Rebels. Backed up deep in their own territory. Rolling out of the pocket. Takes the throw. Got his man. 1st down. Breaking a tackle. Past the 30-yard line. Dribbling with a good catch right there. And now Ole Miss is getting some movement on offense. If nothing else, they've got that going for them. Stribling took a major hit there, though. And he's running back to the sidelines. They're going to substitute real fast before they get this next play going. 1st and 10, bunch formation, 4 wide set. Here's another man moving in motion, takes the snap. Looks like a play action. Bringing the pressure. He throws deep. Got a man potentially. No, and it's intercept. No, he dropped it again. Another clear interception. Holy hell, dude. Dadgum butterfingers on this Canes defense. Bad throw right there. Chambliss threw in the double coverage for what should have been an interception. And it was not only was it picked off and dropped once, but then it was picked off and dropped again. Dadgum butterfingers. 4 wide set again. Chambliss throws this one on the outside. It is caught for a 1st down past the 40. Stribling gets out around the 44-yard line. And it'll be 1st and 10. Ole Miss Rebels. They're continuing to move. But boy, I mean, they missed a golden opportunity. I cannot believe they dropped that. If they lose the game, that's what it's going to come down to, is the fact that they can't catch an interception to save their life. 1st and 10, back to throw. Rolls out of the pocket, forced to throw, got his man. Good enough for about 7 yards. Good play by Chambliss to roll out of the pocket there and get some positive momentum. Got Deuce Alexander right there on his first reception of the day. Worth noting, Stribling's still out. We don't know where he is on the field. Might be sitting out for the rest of the drive. We'll see. 2nd down and 3. About 1:50 left to go in the 3rd quarter. 4 wide set. Throws another bubble screen. This one on the outside. Got his man. 1st down, a little bit more past the 40 for Miami. And another 1st down for the Rebels. They are moving and schmoving down this field. And Miami has no answers for what seems to be the Ole Miss air attack. They have just completely abandoned the run. They did this against Georgia, too. They're letting this just become the Trinidad Chambliss show. Here we go, lined up 5 wide now in the shotgun. Takes the snap, Chambliss. They're bringing pressure on the edge. He gets it off, and it's incomplete. Tried to throw on the outside to Kwan Lacey. Man on the left side of the edge just completely missed his man, and it forced Chambliss to have to throw out of bounds, basically. Second and 10, minute 13 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Down by 4, a touchdown here makes this a 3-point game, but they've still got a lot of work to do. 2nd and 10, 4 wide set. Takes the snap, play action, throws, deep bomb, incomplete, well overthrown. Threw to double coverage again right there. I really don't know what they're doing. They're trying to let this be the Chambliss show, but Chambliss is making some really bad decisions. Part of that, though, was on Alexander. He had his man beat, but then he just slowed down. 3rd down and 10. 4 wide set once again. 3 receivers to the right. Takes the snap. No. Fakes it. Man moving in motion. Now he really takes the snap. It's direct. Looking for a man down the field. Forced to roll out of the pocket. Trying to get away from the pressure. Chambliss is taken down and sacked. Gets right around the line of scrimmage, but doesn't quite get there. It's going to be 4th down, and the Rebels will be forced to kick a field goal. Or attempt to kick a field goal. Because as we've seen before, Cam Little 2.0 can't make all of them. Maybe if he had booty shorts, he'd be able to do it, but doesn't quite have that going for him. So 4th and 10, extra long field goal once again. Lucas Canero. This is a 54-yard attempt. He made one from 58, which was his career long. Missed at 51. Here it is. The kick is up, sailing, and it's doinked in. It is doinked in this time. It is good. Oh, my goodness. The magic of Lucas Canero comes in through the clutch once again. What a kick. 54 yards. It is doinked in. Very, very rarely do you see something like that, but he made it work. It is good, and it's a 1-point game here in the Fiesta Bowl. 17-16, Canes still on top. Why can't we have that? We have the dadgum Talafi. They don't, but we can't get a kicker like that. Instead, we had Guangdong Gilbert missing field goals from 17 yards out. Wow. There you go. Take it back. You don't need booty shorts to be a successful kicker. All you need is the nerves of steel. Ay, ay, ay. What a game this has been, huh? What a game this has been. Lucas has officially surpassed booty short Sandell. Yeah, because Tate Sandell, he missed 2 big field goals at the end of that game against Alabama. Missed him at the most clutch time possible. So yeah, no, he is coming in through tonight for Ole Miss for sure. But they've got, again, they're still down, and they have had all kinds of trouble stopping Miami tonight. A lot of the reason that Miami has lost drives is because of ref ball and because they keep screwing themselves due to penalties. Had to get some gummy bears. The only thing in the talent fee protocol is money that goes in directly into Danny White's pocket. All right, well, here we go. The game is as close as it's ever going to be heading into the fourth quarter. 22 seconds left in the third. 17-16. I think the Canes know that it's do or die time. They're still up, but it may not be for long. Well, here we go. 1st and 10. Bunch formation. 3 receivers to the left. Moving up on the line, on both lines now. Takes the snap. Here's a handoff. Got a run play on the outside. Fletcher's loose. He's going to get a good one out of this and still loose. Finally get taken down after about 20 yards. All kinds of trouble stopping this guy. He just hit 100 yards. He just hit 100 yards rushing. And that's your final play of the third quarter. There you go. Takes us to the end of the third. We're going to be into the fourth quarter. 17-16. This is as close of a game as it could possibly be. We knew it was going to be the case. These CFP semifinals are about as good of ball games as you can get. I just wonder which quarterback's going to pull the Drew Aller and fumble the game away. Us glazing the Canes defense just for them to butterfinger 30 picks? Yeah. If they could actually catch something, this would be one of the best defenses we've ever seen. They just can't. Can we safely say that Ole Miss does not want to win this game? Their receivers don't. And Trinidad Chambliss, at least half of the time, doesn't. Lucas Canero, he absolutely does. But Ole Miss is making the same mistake they made when they lost to Georgia in the regular season. And this is something Kiffin has a tendency of doing. So I don't know why they keep repeating it, but whenever their run game doesn't work on a drive, they just flat out abandon it. They just say, oh, all right, nope, no more of that. And they just flat out full on abandon the run game in every capacity. That's a problem. Because they didn't hand the ball off once that last drive. And it was good because, it got them all the way down to around the 30, but they've run the ball 10 times. 10 times the entire game. Let's not forget that one of those touchdowns, that only touchdown they had, came from a Kawan Lacey run. Let's not forget that. I'd like to give a shout out to Texas A&M and Ole Miss for performing better than Ohio State. Which side? Because Ohio State absolutely performed better than Texas A&M on offense. There isn't a situation ever where the D-line for Miami does not want to win the game. Because they do. They want to win this game bad. I just can't figure out why their DBs can't catch. At all, in any capacity. The ball's right there in front of them. They missed what's now been 3 easy interceptions by Trinidad Chambliss. I'm telling you what, if they could catch, if those DBs could catch, this could end up like a Kyle McCord versus Pittsburgh type of game we were looking at right here. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10. Ball at the 40 to start the fourth quarter for the Canes. Tony in motion. Takes a snap. It's Carson Beck. Throws a screen on the outside, way behind the line, who runs for a first down and a little bit more. Gets out around the 48 of Ole Miss, and it continues the Miami drive. 1st and 10, Canes. If nothing else, by the time Miami is done with this drive, no matter what happens, they're going to chew as much clock as they possibly can. But they've got a lot of field position to burn it, so they might chew like half of the clock here. That's left before this drive's over. From the 48, 1st and 10. Going to be a handoff to Fletcher again. Down after about 3 yards. Maybe, yeah, about 3. 2nd and 7 coming up. I know it's in Arizona, but how cold is it over there right now? I mean, it's January, so it's got to be a little cold. You got the cheerleaders wearing basically bikinis. Yeah. 2nd and 7, 4 wide set. Here goes back. Thrown down! Big sack! Oh, no. Oh. Well, that's no good. That is no good. Did not need that one to happen. Sontaran Perkins just went right past the line on the edge. Threw Carson Beck way back, and now suddenly they're looking at a 3rd and 16. Well out of field goal range now if they even were close to it. Backed up all the way at their own 46. Takes the snap at a 4 wide set. Beck looks deep. Thinks about throwing deep. Cannot think about it enough because down he goes again. The Rebel defensive front comes through in the clutch. And down he goes. 4th down, way behind the line. The Rebels will get this ball back. If nothing else, the Canes burned at least 2 or more minutes of clock off of that fresh set of downs. So the time Ole Miss has left, considering how much Miami burns with clock, they've got about 3 or 2 more drives left before this game is over. We'll see what they do. Here's the punt. Sails all the way past the 20, taken around the 10. Really good special teams play right there. And it is going to be 1st and 10, Ole Miss directly around the 10-yard line. They've got to go... they got to go 90 yards to get the score, to get the touchdown. But they can take the lead if they manage to get to midfield. That's how reliable Canero has been in terms of making field goals. It's no good. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, I know it's indoors, which is why, to me, it's more... it isn't a really big question to me because I know it's indoors, but wow, 70 degrees. No wonder the Titans are building a new stadium. Ball handling not included in training. We're giving Beck PTSD. Sometimes he gives that to himself whenever he throws an interception like what he did before. But then again, that was a tip drill. Not his fault. Why was the FCS championship played in Nashville? I don't know. Just cause. I mean, they switch locations all the time in the FBS, so something tells me it's due to probably a licensing deal. Because the stadium and the brands, they get a lump sum of that cash every time they host these games. So it's probably something to do with that. All right, well, here we go. It's nut up or shut up time. Either they do something here or they don't. But they'll need to lock in sooner or later. Down by a single point. 12-19 left to go in the ball game. 3 wide set for the Rebels here, backed up at their own 10-yard line on 1st and 10. It's going to be a handoff. Directly up the middle. Kawan Lacey, no gain there. Loses a yard. They were all over him on that one. Well, there goes the run game. You can expect them to never run the football again this entire ball game. 2nd and 11 coming up. Chambliss backed up at his own 9-yard line. What do they got here, they ask. 4 wide set. Man moving in motion all alone. Takes the snap. Throws. Got a man. Not good enough for the first down, but very, very close. Got it to Stribling right on the sideline. It's going to be 3rd and short. I think they might give it to him, actually. No, they won't. Very, very close, though. 3rd down and just a yard, maybe inches away from that conversion here. So do they run it or do they pass it? Because Miami shut down the last run. Let's see what they got here. They're 0 for 7 on 3rd down conversions. Here's a handoff, and the extra push by Lacey. They got him behind the line, but the extra jump and push by Kawan Lacey converts, and it is 1st and 10, Ole Miss. Boy, they were lucky to get away with that one. That was purely Kawan Lacey talent right there. Now at the 21-yard line, 4 wide set for the Rebels. Play action by Chambliss. Looking, throws on the outside. Got his man for a first down inside the 40. Right around the 40, actually. Great catch right there. Daquan Wright with his first reception, about 19 yards on that one. They tried to line up in the zone. Nobody was covering him at all. Here we go. No huddles again. 3 wide set. Takes the snap. Tries to hand it off up the middle. Lacey's got a positive gain. Good for maybe 4 yards. 2nd and 6 coming up. Gets to around the 40. Gets around the 44. By the way, Ole Miss now has more passing yards than Miami. They just passed that threshold, funny enough. 2nd and 6, 3 wide set once again. Going to be a handoff. Again to Lacey, who's got an open lane, who's got the first down. And down he goes after just getting the first down. Around the 49, maybe the 48 of Miami. And all you need at this point, if you get one more first down and don't take a sack, you're in surefire field goal range. Which if I'm Ole Miss, that's what I'm aiming for. So let Chambliss throw again, get the first down, and then just play it safe. Kick the field goal, go up 19-17. This is a very hard-fought defensive game. Less than 10 minutes left to go. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap again. On the outside, run right here. Maybe 2 yards on the jet sweep, but not much more than that. 2nd down, clock will continue to roll. 9.5 minutes to go. I think Stribling is out for the rest of the game. He's still on the sideline, I believe. 2nd and 9 from the 47. Takes the snap. Back to throw. On a play action. To bring in the pressure. He's able to roll out. Chambliss still looking for a guy down the field. Throws late. Got his man for about 2 yards, if that. Roughly around the line of scrimmage. No, they're going to blow it dead. They're going to say it was incomplete. He was out of bounds, so it's going to be 3rd down and 9. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Kicking from here would not be the best decision. You're looking at more than a 60-yarder. Actually, that play was dropped. He didn't even have he didn't even have possession of it. So it doesn't matter. Anyway, here's 3rd and 9. Still from the 47-yard line. 4 wide set. Takes the snap. No, not quite. Now he takes it. Direct snap. Looking. Throws just in time. Got his man first down. They brought pressure on the edge. I know Chambliss took a big hit right there, but he was able to perfectly fit it into the hands of, I think it was Wallace on the play. Flag comes in after the play. Let's see what this is on. This could potentially be devastating for Ole Miss. Either that or it could be really huge. I don't know what this flag is. Oh, no. We have a targeting. Another targeting on Miami. I know they blew the other one dead, but this could be bad. This could be really bad. Xavier Lucas potentially flagged for targeting. Threw the man down. Oh, I don't know about that one. I mean, he led with his helmet. So, by definition, that would be close to it. That would be close to it. I don't know. Take a look, take an extra look at this. As he was going down, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say because he wasn't necessarily going full on after his helmet, but by rule, I mean, helmet-to-helmet contact led with it. He looked like he was trying to lead with his shoulder, though. Because Xavier Lucas turns as he's going in for the hit. So it looks like he was just trying to lead for the shoulder, but their helmets just so happened to collide. So tough call to make. They already overruled one targeting that they had on Miami earlier in the day, so they could overturn this one, but if they don't, that means not only is Miami without one of their star players on the defense, but that's an extra free 15 yards for the Rebels. So let's see what they call. Unfortunately, this ain't like ACC football where you can actually hear them talking about it. And this one's upheld. The call stands. Xavier Lucas is now out for this game. And if they make the national championship, pending they hold on here, he's going to be out for the first half of the national championship. Xavier Lucas is basically out for what's going to be the rest of the... he's out for the rest of this game, out for the first half of the national championship if they survive here. And also it gives Ole Miss a free 15 yards. Well, one thing's going to be for sure. If Ole Miss finds a way to survive and win this one, they're going to be saying that... everybody's going to be saying that that's because of SEC bias. I already know. We're going to be hearing it all over Twitter. Anyway, here we go. First and 10, 3-wide set. Going to be a handoff to Lacey, who breaks a tackle good enough for 5 yards. Inside the 20, they're at around the 16 before 2 or 3 flags are thrown after the play was over. So this could be another detrimental penalty on Miami. What is a personal foul, unnecessary roughness? Another 15 yards. You basically just gifted them the touchdown. Oh, yeah. There's no debate for that one. That was just stupid. He was down. I mean, he was long down. Player just went after him way after the play was over. Ref ball coming in to save the day. First and goal now for Ole Miss at the 8-yard line. Here's a handoff to Lacey again. Pushes for about 3 yards before taking down around the 5. Second and goal with only that much left to go. Yeah, 100% no matter what happens in the rest of this game, they're going to blame that entirely on SEC bias. They're going to say Xavier Lucas was taken out by Greg Sankey or whatever the hell. Got a man down for the Canes after that run play. Their defensive pieces are fallen. And they're falling fast. It's like a Jenga tower. Oh boy, yeah. No, this is gonna be something, all right. Another hypothetical win for the SEC. There's still plenty of time in this one. Miami could hold on strong here on defense. I would not be surprised. Ay, ay, ay. That is gonna be funny. That is gonna be funny. People are gonna be saying that the ref ball did that for SEC bias, even though this is Big Ten refs. Ay, ay, ay. Why is Miami choking on the same choke every time they go to the Fiesta Bowl, Squid? Because it's Miami, and it's the hurricane way to blow it in the worst way imaginable. That being said, I mean, credit to them for making it all the way here to the playoff semifinals. You got to give them a whole lot of credit for that. But yeah, if they were going to blow their spot in the national championship, it was going to be because of the Miami Hurricanes, not because of anything else anybody else did. Literally, all they needed to do was have one play. All they needed was one play where the DBs figured out how to catch a pick, and they would have been in a much better position. Alex Guzman, thank you very much for that $5 super chat. Says, what in the heck is going on? Hurricane football, baby. That's what's going on. That and Ole Miss football. This is what I mean, man. You're giving us two teams that have consistently found ways to make for entertaining football. Anyway, we have another Kane man down. It was the guy before the break. But he is down, and I don't think he's coming back throughout the rest of the game. Akeem Mesidor. Oh, that's a big loss. Huge loss. I don't know if he's coming back in. I doubt it. But anyway, here's Chambliss on the read option. Tries to run his way to the end zone. Won't get there. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, though. Maybe a little bit more than that. It's going to be 3rd and goal from around the 4. So yeah, Xavier Lucas is gone. He's not coming back for the rest of the game. Akeem Mesidor, after the hit he took and the injury he's got, I don't think he's going to be back for the rest of the game. They're down some key defensive pieces. Not looking good. 3rd and goal from the 4. They might have a chance to get the stop here, though. Here's a man on the direct snap. Chambliss throws on the outside. Incomplete. Oh, well, that's a bummer. Had Kawan Lacey open for what could have been a play where he pushed his way into the end zone, but he could not hold on. He was thinking about the run that he was going to take at the moment he caught it, and it just slipped right through his hands, and it's incomplete. So, 4th and goal from around the 4. Pretty obvious what you're going to do here. Yeah, of course. Lucas Canero has been nailing 54 and 58 long field goals. You let him kick a 22-yard attempt and take the lead here. Just a little bit to the left is where he's got to aim here, and then they've got the lead. Here it is. The kick is up and right through. Nailed it. It's good. Ole Miss has taken a 19-17 lead with 7 minutes sharp left to go in the ball game. The pressure's back on the Canes now. They can't run their offense the traditional way that they have because they're going to be out of time, and if they do it like they've been doing it, they might run out of time before they get the ball back. So they have one of two choices. Either switch their offensive game plan and try and make bigger plays, or they can do their traditional play, and the way they do that is by making this drive their last. Making it the last, trying to make it the last of the game. Because that's how they're going to win this. That is exactly how they're going to win this. So if Ole Miss wins, do you get a get-out video for Miami or Lane Kiffin? Yeah, of course. Miami will absolutely get a get-out video. Has to. That's the way it goes. Nobody's, no team that chokes at this point of the season is exempt from tomfoolery from my channel. I want to see Oregon crap themselves, but hope that Tasha Poy's defense looks phenomenal. So what you're saying is you hope that Dante Moore throws like 3 or 4 interceptions, and they lose the game that way. Yeah, good luck with that. Although, if I had to guess, if they're going to lose tomorrow, it's going to be way more. It's going to be way more because of their offense and not their defense, because that's what they're lacking. With the exception of Indiana, which is all around elite no matter where they are, the other three teams in here are defensive heavyweights. Well, I say that about Ole Miss, but they aren't necessarily that either. They're actually the only team that focuses more on offense. But Miami and Oregon, both defensive juggernauts. Going to rely heavily on their defensive front to make key plays for them. They won't put it in Beck's hands. Yeah, you're probably right about that. So they're more than likely they're going to run it the traditional way that they've been running it, as if this drive was their last. This kickoff sails out of bounds for another touchback. No punt or kick returns of any capacity in this game at all. They are not letting that happen. Well, here we go. Make it or break it time now for the Canes. Rebels have gotten the lead back in their favor, and now, here we go. First time trailing in the CFP. A lot of pressure on these Canes. Let's see what they can do. Line up in the bunch formation. 4 wide set. Let's see what they've got. Are they going to leave it in Beck's hands, or are they going to switch it up? Here's a handoff. No, Carson Beck looking. Fires. Deep. Got a man down there. Can he hit him? No, he can't. But they do force the flag. Pass interference. I think that was the plan the whole way. Carson Beck makes the deep throw. Actually a good throw. Keelan Marion was open. But good pass protection. Not good enough, though, to not force the pass interference. So free 15 yards. Chris Graves not able to prevent that. But at least, I mean, I think that was the plan the whole way for him, though, too. To at least prevent the catch. Because making sure they don't get that is that's a better alternative, in my eyes, than letting them catch it. The difference between 15 and 50 yards. But it does get the Canes to the 40-yard line. 3 wide set. Here's Beck on a screen. Got his man, got some good blocking in front. And it runs for about 8 yards. Decent run right there. Keeps the clock rolling, and it's second down and about 2. C.J. Daniels on the screen. Here's 2nd and 2. Bunch formation once again. Handoff directly up the middle. On the outside now. Good run here. Moving past the 40 to the 35-yard line. Mark Fletcher had all kinds of space on the outside. Bumped it on the outside initially, but then stretches out and gets a good run to around the 35-yard line. So they might not use all the clock here and then score. Either way, though, now at the 35, they're in comfortable field goal range from here. 1st and 10, 6 minutes left to go. 4 wide set once again. Mario motion takes the snap. Here's a handoff. Fletcher slips before he can get any sort of yardage. Good play by Ole Miss. The defensive front just basically came all together at the start of that play there. Fletcher had nowhere to go, and he loses a yard or 2. Lil Bats appreciate the $2 super chat. Says, come on Trinidad. Ferris State is pulling for you. Ferris State's a playoff team, sir. Do. All right, here we go. 2nd and 11. Bunch formation once again. Beck, another screen. This time to Malachi Tony, who's got some blockers. Who's got a good run here. He's on the races and gone! He's all the way home. Malachi Tony, we've been waiting for him to come in the clutch for them for once, and that he did. Off of a bubble screen, no less. Takes it 36 yards all the way home. And the Canes have retaken the lead. Touchdown, Miami! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The U? The U?
We're back.
Are they? The U back? Is the U back? Are they backer than ever before? I don't know. I don't know. Here's the PAT. It is up. Ugly one, but it is good. 24-19, your new score. Detrimental spot for Ole Miss to be in, no doubt. Now down by 5. Touchdown is you've got to score a touchdown here. That's the only way you're going to come back from this one. That's the reality of the situation. That's all it's ever come down to. Yeah, but potentially, I mean, it was going to be too fast no matter what. Trinidad Chambliss has made magical plays happen throughout this entire season. All he needs is a good one, and they're right back in this. But 5 minutes left. There's no telling what's getting ready to happen. Mario Cristobal made about 15 different emotes there as that was going off. He was like, it's like, oh my goodness. One of these days, like we're gonna look at Mario Cristobal on the sideline, and he's just gonna be going like this. Everybody, do the Mario Cristobal. Woo! Here's the kickoff. And once again, out of bounds. Sky's blue. Shocker. Touchback for Ole Miss. They're going to get this ball at the 25-yard line. Where has Ruben Bain been at? I haven't heard his name called all day. Yeah, he's been a non-factor tonight. I don't know what happened, but he suddenly turned. He went from the greatest thing Miami's ever gotten to Ryan Williams in the playoffs overnight. Crazy. But what better time for him to show up than now? 5 minutes left to go in this ball game. 1st and 10 for the Rebels at the 25-yard line. Land Sharks need something here desperately. Trinidad Chambliss has to clutch up one point or another if they want to get back in this one. 3 wide set, takes the snap. Back to throw on the play action. He is going to throw on the outside. Got his man for a first down. All the way to the 45. Hell of eyesight right there. Got Daquan Wright deep over the middle. And it'll be 1st and 10. Injured Kane after the play. He's up, but he's running all the way to the sideline. Jacoby Thomas. Again, former Tennessee Vol right there. He's been clutching a bunch of plays right here. He was the one who made the initial hit to get right out of bounds, but he took a massive hit as he was doing that. 1st and 10, Rebels. Less than 5 minutes left to go. Here's a handoff up the middle. Lacey, nowhere to go on that one. He gets a good push, but nothing more than about 2 yards. 2nd down and 8. That's been the difference tonight. Canes have been able to run the football, and Ole Miss hasn't. That's just the reality. Now, they did hit 100 rushing yards after that one, so they've been able to run it to some capacity, but not much. Now, here's a 4 wide set. Daquan White in motion. Takes the snap. Direct snap, looking. Throws another deep shot. He might have a man, and it is incomplete. Nearly had his hands on it. Great catch. Good to see Deshaun Stribling back in the game. I guess that's a great way for him to come back. He was unfortunately not able to hold on to that one, though. Great pass protection and nearly a beautiful catch. Just could not hold on. Jabori Antoine with the deflection. It'll be 3rd down and 8. 4 wide set for the Rebels again. Switching up on the line here. Still 4 wide. Got to get all the way to around the 44. Back to snap. Whistles are blown. Looks like a timeout is called. And looks like this one is going to be called by Miami. Canes used their first timeout on the 3rd and 8. Pivotal, obviously a very pivotal 3rd down right here because, let's be honest, you're not in 4 down territory. If they stop them here, the best thing that you can hope for is that the special teams is able to pin Miami deep. Because they've got all 3 timeouts. So Doubtless, I think they're gonna punt it if they don't get this catch that they need. But obviously they need it. Well, but yeah, if Ole Miss is able to hold on here or get the score and then win it, oh boy, people are gonna lose their minds regardless of what happens. You know what I mean? We all know that to be the case. But here we go. 3rd down and 8. Stays in the 4 wide set. Man moving in motion. Now takes the snap. Direct snap. Chambliss over the middle. Incomplete. Oh, no. But there is a flag that comes in, and that might have just bailed him out. Cristobal with another grrr animation. And I can't necessarily blame him. Yep. It's what we all expected. Pass interference on Miami. Free first down and a 15-yard gain for the Rebels. The ref ball noodle once again thrown out. This ref ball noodle is coming in through the clutch tonight for Ole Miss. Whee! Whee! Here we go. 1st and 10, 4 wide set once again. 3 receivers lined up to the right. Now all the way to the 45-yard line, takes the snap, play action. Chambliss rolls out of the pocket, thinking about taking it off, and yeah, he does take off. Past the 30, still running. Gets all the way to around the 25-yard line off of that Chambliss run. Plenty of time for both teams here. More than 4 minutes left. But good foresight by Chambliss to get out of there. Gets a huge gain out of it. And now they're comfortably in field goal range. But again, down by 5, it doesn't matter. You need the touchdown. 3 wide set here on 1st and 10. Around the 26. Lacey on the handoff. Slips after getting maybe 3 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Inside the 25, just shy of the red zone. Now, what I wonder, if you score here and take the lead, Miami is in a very tough position. Now you're forced to leave the game to Carson Beck if you go through with that. But here we go, 2nd and 8, Chambliss back to throw. Takes the shot to the end zone. It is caught. He's got his man. Who else but Daquan Wright wide open in the end zone? And the Rebels, the Land Sharks, the last remnant of the different leagues conference has retaken the lead. Touchdown, Ole Miss. With 3:13 left to go in the ball game. 6 plays, 75 yards, didn't even burn 2 minutes of the clock. And up by 1 now, I think, they're going to go for 2. They are going to roll with a 2-point conversion to go up by a field goal. Lined up in what looks like the I formation. Switches it up to the Wildcat. Now here comes Chambliss. All right, now Chambliss is all alone in the backfield. Takes the snap. Chambliss rolls out of the pocket. Looks for a receiver in the end zone. He's got him! He's got his man! Caleb Odom all wide open in the end zone. And Ole Miss takes now a 3-point lead over Miami. The score is now 27-24. See, here's the problem if you're Miami. You've got a lot of time. You've got 2 timeouts, including the 2-minute warning. You've got a lot of time left in your pocket to go down the field, run the rest of this clock out, and win the game that way. But here's the big problem. They aren't good with that. This is a team that's built on defense coming in through the clutch, and they didn't. They didn't do it for you this time. If Miami wants to win this game, they're going to have to actually put some reliance on Carson Beck. That's the only way. And, SMU, Louisville, we know how this pans out. We know how this pans out when you leave the game in Carson Beck's hands. Not saying it's impossible, but we'll see. Another kickoff that sails way out of bounds, or not out of bounds, way past the end zone for a touchback at the 25-yard line. Again, now one thing worth noting is that Miami can get into field goal range and tie the game up that way, take it to overtime, chaos overtime more specifically. So it's not necessarily. I mean, if they don't make it all the way to the end zone, that's not the killing blow. But if I were them, I want to run this clock all the way out. Trinidad Chambliss is the clutchest man alive, and you don't want to put him in that position. Here we go. 1st and 10. 3 receivers out for Miami. Takes the snap. Carson Beck looks. Fires deep over the middle. Got his man. No. Well incomplete. Well short. Carson Beck does the traditional on his face. He does the traditional quarterback made a mistake reaction. He had Keelan Murray. He had him. Missed him too badly. 2nd and 10 now. Oh boy, yeah, no, the pressure's on. You're already burned one timeout on defense. Here we go, 2nd and 10, 3 wide set for the Canes. Still at the 25. Beck on a direct snap, throws on the outside. It is caught by Keelan Marion, who's got about 3 yards left to go, maybe 2. That's an 8-yard gain, I'd say. So yeah, around 3rd and 2. Now, what's good about this for the Canes is that they do have enough time to where they can run the football. They don't have to just keep passing the football. They might do that here. Bunch formation on 3rd and 2. They are going to hand it off up the middle to Fletcher, who's got the first down. And a couple extra yards to go along with that. Yeah, again, there's more than... They had 3 minutes in this thing. That's more than enough time to run the football. This isn't like a 1-minute drill. You can run the football. 4 wide set now for the Canes. Back to throw. Back. Direct snap. He takes another deep shot on a one-on-one, and this one is incomplete. That was a much better throw. Unfortunately, they was not able to hold on. Aimed that one to Alex Bauman, who was not able to do it. Almost had it. Had it as he was coming down with it, but then it was forced out. Forced out at the end of that play there by Wideout Williams. Great play by the Rebel defensive backfield, and it would now be 2nd and 10. 4 wide set once again. Bringing pressure. Beck on the direct snap. Looks, throws another screen on the outside, and this one goes nowhere. He's able to almost escape the tackle. He does get back past the line of scrimmage, but not much more than that. Threw it to Jamar Brown on a screen. Potentially devastating loss. He does turn it into a gain of about 3. But it's going to be 3rd down and 7, and now they're in a position where they probably need to go for it no matter what. Because this clock's going to run out all the way down to the 2-minute warning. They burned way too much time. Who would have been shocked by that? I know. Mario Cristobal TM clock management. Shocker, I know. Crazy. Stunning. Stunning revelation. 2-minute warning. Takes it to commercial break. By the way, if Ole Miss is able to hold on and survive here, we're going to have a national champion. We're going to have a national championship with 2 teams that have never been there. Well, I say that, but that isn't even true. Ole Miss, Oregon has been to the national championship several times. If Indiana is able to beat them, then it'll be Indiana and Ole Miss, 2 teams that have never been to the national championship. If the Duckies are able to somehow beat Indiana, though, then that changes everything. Still, though, no matter what, if Ole Miss survives here, we're gonna have a national championship with 2 teams that haven't won a direct national championship. Whew. Oh boy. Pressure's on, guys. Now's the perfect time for somebody to send a super chat and make me hit the squiddy. right at the most pivotal moment of the ball game, right? As bad as Josh Heupel is managing the clock, I will say this: he's better. He's better at it than Mario Cristobal. Mario Cristobal cannot manage the clock to save his life. 235 people in here right now. While you guys are all in here waiting for this game to come to a close, greatly appreciate all the support you've given to this channel. We'll be live tomorrow night once again for the other playoff semifinal, the Peach Bowl between Oregon and Indiana. Hope all of you guys can make it. It's going to be another good one, I imagine. I'll also be live on Saturday to show you guys the new age of Tardaria football. We played through the Dynasty last season. That was a really, really fun time. We're going to be starting it back up with season 7, I think is where we're at. I don't know. I can't really recall. I think it's season 8. I don't really know, but we're really far into it. But I highly recommend you guys check both of those streams out. We're going to have a really fun time here on Squidtard Sports. All right, here we go. 3rd down and 8. 4 wide set. Malachi Tony in motion. Line up in the shotgun. Back to throw. Looking, throws. Got his man. No, incomplete. Marion was not able to hold on to that. And it is going to be what potentially could be a flag. Oh, no. What could potentially be free 15 yards for Ole Miss. Oh, they're about to come in and save the day, aren't they? It was going to be a 4th and 8. It is going to be a 4th and 8, depending on the penalty. And there you go. This is a face mask. And that's a ticky-tacky play to call in this moment of the game. Boy, that is a ticky-tacky one to call, but he did. He held onto his face mask for a brief second. Jalen Braxton potentially just screwed this game for the Rebels. 1st and 10 now. The Canes in positive enemy territory. Back to throw on the screen. Got some blockers. A decent little run right there. Good for about 4 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 6. Here we go. 2nd down, just shy of field goal range, at least where Miami would want it to be. Minute 34 left to go. Back to pass. Looking. Plenty of time to look. Now the pressure is getting to him. Rolls out of the pocket. Throws late and incomplete. Oh my goodness. Threw high. Malachi Tony tried to jump up and get it. He was not able. Or he was able to come down with it. They ruled it a 1st down. One-handed grab. Let's see where his foot landed. I think that's out of bounds. I'm going to be honest, I think that's out of bounds. Here's another angle. Yeah, his foot was out of bounds. No question about it. Unless if the tip of his foot went down first, which shouldn't even count. I mean, that's a... Yeah, he's out. He's out. I'll read the super... Don't worry, guys. I'll catch up on the super chats in just a minute. Yeah. I will catch up on those. Yeah, this should be incomplete. Well, it was a beautiful catch, though. I mean, a hell of a catch by Malachi Tony. It's just the way the rules work. Yeah, incomplete pass. Somebody in the chat said coping and seething. You better not be talking to me. Yeah. Well, there's the ruling. It's incomplete. I mean, all that to say, hell of a catch by Malachi Tony. If that were a 1st down, that would have absolutely been in every SportsCenter highlight from now until next week. Unfortunately, that's not how it goes. So it's going to be 3rd down and 6. Again, they're shy of field goal range. At this point now, with less than 2 minutes left to go, you're going to have to go for it if you don't get it. Here we go. 4 wide set. Back to pass on the direct snap. Back, throws on the outside. It is caught. Who stretches his way for what should be a 1st down for Miami. C.J. Daniels came through in the clutch, and that stretches the drive. Gets the Canes into what should be field goal range. and with a minute 20 left to go. Yeah, no matter where he was, he stretched for a first down, so yeah, all right, they call it a first down from the 36. Back to throw again. Beck looks, throws, outside and incomplete. Threw the ball way too high over C.J. Daniels' head. I don't know why. C.J. Daniels ain't 8 feet tall. What are you doing? Carson Beck is coming apart, you guys. I'm not. He made a key play earlier, but God, Carson Beck in the clutch, man. He just, oh my goodness, not good at all. See what he's got here. Second and 10, staying at the 36-yard line. Got to get to the 31 to convert. You're talking about a 50-something yard field goal if you've got to kick it here. Here goes Beck on a direct snap. Looks, plenty of time to look. Rolls out, throws, almost intercepted. Beck! Dude, Carson Beck is trying to throw the dadgum ball game. Holy hell. What is he doing? Terran Perkins was right there. Right there. I mean, he was sitting there the whole time waiting for that. Beck threw high right to him. He's lucky he threw it so high, otherwise that would have been ball game. What is he doing? What in the hell is he doing? 3rd down and 10 now. It's all come down to this. Man moving in motion. Beck. Again, back to throw. Plenty of time. Throws over the middle. Complete. There you go. First down. Got Keelan Marion over the middle, who goes down inside the red zone around the 18-yard line. 54 seconds left to go. They've got enough time to get down the field and score, and they've got 2 timeouts. Ole Miss, you might want to burn a timeout here. Ole Miss has got all 3 timeouts in their possession. Might want to burn one. 44 seconds. 1st and 10. 4 wide set. Takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff. No, it's Carson Beck taking it and slips down after a 2-yard loss. Tried to do something there with the read option. Nothing opened up. Beck not happy about it, and now somebody's going to have to use a timeout. Keelan Marion was wide open there. Jalen Braxton just guarding Casper. That's what led to the first down there. Yeah, Keelan Marion's been having a hell of a day today. 100 receiving yards for Marion after with 6 receptions. Had a 52 long yarder that, of course, led to the big touchdown Miami had earlier. But here we go. 7 career wins for Carson Beck when trailing in the 4th quarter. And a lot of that was due to the mouse. Let's be real here. A lot of that was due to Brock Bowers. Let's keep it real here. Rebels fans pray to the football gods that they be blessed for once in their entire lives. The Canes likely doing the same, trying to be blessed for the first time since 2001. 2nd and 11 coming up for the Canes. 4 wide set. Beck, back to throw. Thinking about his screen, now looking deep. He's going to throw over the middle. Got his man! Marion again! First down for the Canes. What should be a first down. Yes, first down inside the 10-yard line around the 8. 1st and goal, Miami. Ole Miss used 1 timeout earlier. That was where they used that. Now they're going to have to use another one, or Miami is. And they will. Ole Miss uses their 2nd timeout. 31 seconds left. Let's make it or break it here, I think, for Ole Miss. But now, I mean, they did this exact same thing against Texas A&M, but rather than using the run game to do it, they've been using Keelan Marion. Ay, ay, ay. Literally, if Carson Beck had thrown to Satarian Perkins just a foot shorter, this game was over. But again, Sometimes the defense gives, sometimes it takes, or in some cases for both defenses, they both don't just give because they can't catch. Here we go, gentlemen. First and goal from the 8-yard line. Miami trying to punch their ticket into the national championship. Here's a handoff directly up the middle. Good push. Really good push right there. All the way to around the 4-yard line. Second and goal. Cristobal will have to use a timeout. I like the decision to run there. Definitely threw Ole Miss's defense off guard. They were expecting pass the entire way. So here's second and goal, 23 seconds. Now the Canes are inside the 5. I think at this point with only one timeout in your possession, you've got 3 attempts. I think at this point you just need to throw. If you run the football and don't get it in, you've got to burn your last timeout. And you might need that for when you need to kick a field goal. Anything can happen here in these last 3 plays. God, Ole Miss, I don't know. This game might be over already. I'm looking at this Ole Miss defense, and they just look so unmotivated. They look like they've already lost. Well, here it is, gentlemen. It's all come down to this. Watch Carson Beck throw an interception here. Oh, my goodness, imagine. Second and goal. From the 3. This is a 3-wide set for the Canes. Takes the snap. Beck looks, plenty of time, all the time in the world. Now the pressure gets to him. Beck runs for himself, and he's got a free lane all the way home. Carson Beck comes through in the clutch for once. Touchdown, Canes. They take the lead with 18 seconds left on the clock. Carson Beck takes it in for himself. Free lane there, nobody around him. And the Canes have a 3-point lead with 18 seconds, all that being left in this game.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
And there's the extra point. Now it's 4. Field goal won't win it. Oh, no. You just let Carson Beck come through in the clutch.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Oh my goodness. Wow. 7th floor crew. Might want to get that song ready. You're right. You're not wrong about that. It might be over for him, guys. 356 people in here right now. 356 people in here right now. If they hold, well, no matter what happens, I want you guys to know that you're all phenomenal people. You're going to get some good results out of this no matter what, trust me. So there's that going for you. All right, here we go. First off, Alex Guzman, thank you for the 2, says, hit it, big boy, now's the time. Here's the kickoff. This is a good one. It might be returned. Nope. Going to take it in the end zone for a touchback. That's the first one that didn't go past the end zone. They're going to have 18 seconds to pull the unthinkable out. Sharpshooter James, appreciate the 5, says, it will be interesting if we get an Ole Miss Indiana Natty since the last time they played was in a bowl game in 2020, Kiffin's first season. You might not be getting that now. You might not be getting that. I'll read the rest of these super chats in just a second, you guys. Sorry, we're getting to the clutchest moment of this ball game. This is it. 5-wide set. Chambliss. Deep shot over the middle. Caught! They've got to get everybody up on the line real quick, though. They've got 13 seconds. They got that got them all the way to the 50, but time is of the essence here. 13 seconds are all that's left. You either got to snap it or take the timeout, and he will. Shambles will spike the football with 11 seconds left at around the 48-yard line. Big catch right there. Good enough to get them all the way to the 48, but they've still got 52 yards left to go. Field goal doesn't tie it, so they've got no choice. They've got no choice. This is for glory or nothing. 4 wide set. 2nd and 10. With 11 seconds left, Chambliss back to throw. Doesn't have all time. He throws on the outside. Got his man dribbling for a first down. And that's going to take it to the last 5 seconds of the game inside the 30 or inside the 35. And there's your final timeout. Directly at the 35-yard line. This is basically a heave to the end zone or nothing. 35 yards are all that stands between Ole Miss and a potential trip to the national championship. Miami is praying to the 7th floor ACC gods because they know they need it more than ever right now. Miami, the Miami Hurricanes of Destiny, potentially making the national championship before the ACC championship. Mario Cristobal, I mean, they made the ACC championship, but yeah, they didn't win it. Just imagine, man. Just imagine Miami, since their trip to the ACC, 1 national championship, no ACC championships. But that's if they hold. That's if they hold down the fort here. 6 seconds left. They've got 3 men deep in the end zone on what will be the final play of the ball game. Chambliss all alone, and the whistles are blown. Miami is going to use their final timeout now. This would be, I'll tell you this much. This would be literally the most Miami thing ever to blow this game. But that's it. I mean, Chambliss needs an absolute prayer shot. That's the only. They can't kick a field goal. They're down by 4, so they can't rely on that. The only thing they can hope for is that Chambliss gets an absolute prayer shot. And with Stribling already hurt, the likelihood ain't pretty. I'll give you that much. The likelihood is absolutely not pretty. But this is it. No timeouts on either team left. This is your final play of the ball game, everybody. Either this or nothing. Ole Miss needs a Hail Mary to make the national championship. It's all come down to this. 5 wide set, 3 men alone in the backfield for the Canes. From the 35-yard line. 6 seconds and a dream. Here it is. Chambliss fumbles a snap, gets it back, looking down the field, takes the shot to the end zone, and it is overthrown and incomplete. That's your ball game, everybody. No flags are thrown. The Miami Hurricanes are going to the national championship. And now we hit the track. There it is.
If your hoe only know that she was getting fucked on the 7th floor. If that bitch only knew that she was getting murdered by the whole crew. What would she do? What would she do?
What's your name?
Marvelous.
What you do?
Hold my nuts.
How you do it?
With you
Congratulations, Miami.
If you only
The
knew
U is
that your
back.
hoe was getting dug up by the whole 7th floor crew, tell me what would you do? Would you cry like you a bitch or would you try to hate
Wow.
on me? Don't matter to me, chief. That's why your
And
ass
goodbye
stay
to the
low.
SEC.
Stay screeching that ass for days. Don't fry your
Might
ass
as well
at
be
me,
in
play.
different
That's how
leagues, not
Marvin Lewis get
conferences,
paid.
different
I keep getting lame. No matter the time of the day, no matter about where she stay. Keep breaking her off and shaking that dick up in yours, eh? As she don't wanna
For the 3rd year in a row, the SEC will not be making the national championship.
I keep my dick stiff. Stepping around the 7th floor, I keep my eyes peeled. But these here hoes
Only know that she was getting.
on the 7th floor. If that bitch
What would she do? What would she do?
She'd get destroyed by Miami's defense. All right. I've had enough. There it is, everybody. Mario Cristobal is a man of legend. He has somehow done it. I can't believe it for the life of me, but he finally did it. What a day, huh? What a day. Congratulations to the Miami Hurricanes, man. Congratulations. Oh, man. I'll have to go check in with Coach Coop later. The Miami Hurricanes, for the first time since, 2001, the dream year for the Canes, are heading off to the national championship. What a year for Miami. Despite not making the ACC championship due to tiebreakers, they are going to make the national championship. The team of destiny. And the SEC gets out before they even make the national championship once again. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Just insanity. It really hasn't hit me yet. Well, then again, man, Miami fans, this might be my fault. This is on me, you guys. This is on me. Remember when I made that Miami video over the offseason, basically ragging on their entire team and program? This one might be on me. I'm not gonna lie. Crazy. Shout out to Carson Beck. Came through in the clutch when they really needed it. They'll be moving on to the national championship. Carson Beck. Made the national championship with the Miami Hurricanes. Sounds like Georgia was the common denominator of garbage. Think about it. He was able to make the championship with Miami. Could not do it with Georgia. Ooh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, that's a stinger right there. That's a stinger right there. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah, what a dadgum game. And we knew we were going to get this. These are both going to be two really good ball games that we were going to witness here, so I'm glad things panned out that way. Anyway, Scott Crawford, being a member of Tardaria for 3 months, much appreciated, says, celebrates 3 months of membership. SEC Get Out video when? You ask and you shall receive. You don't have to worry about that. Sport Ball Otaku with the 2, much appreciated, says, still think you should have been over the U, huh, Irish? Notre Dame. Oh, yeah. Guys, they really proved something by sitting out of the Pop-Tart Bowl. They really proved something, didn't they? Ay. Just think. They were actually pretty close to beating this team. Except, well, they weren't because they didn't. And now they're in the Catholic Cup chair. So good job there, dummies. You really did your part. Blaze with the very generous $50 super chat. Thank you, good sir. Says, if Miami wins, you need to play the 7th floor crew in the stream. Asking you, Sal Rasheed. I did do that. Scott Crawford, SEC. And get out they did. Thank you very much for the generous 20, sir. Where are we at? I need to keep tabs on this. Let's see, that was 70, so that gets us to gonna make sure I keep tabs on that, you guys. Don't want to miss out. Rangav, appreciate the 5, says, all hail Taint Conference. The only remnant of Taint Conference that's worth anything. I know, crazy. Stunning revelation even, but they've managed to pull it off. Hell of a day for Miami fans. Nathan Tucker, thank you very much for the 5. SEC is gone, aka different leagues. There's one thing to say. The whole conference is a bunch of clowns. Laughter party underway. Oh yeah, the SEC haters are eating good tonight. Shout out to the SEC hater community. You guys are eating real good. Real good. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says, 3rd year for the Big Ten in the championship in a row. Oh yeah, well that was a given anyway. It didn't matter what happened. But this is the first time in a very long time since Clemson's reign of dominance that we've seen in the ACC. Tank Conference is really being represented in the Natty, man. Honestly, I'm gonna say this. I kind of like ragging on the SEC only because it makes a lot of the SEC Glazers mad, like really mad, like insanely mad. Because there are SEC Glazers out there, so I'm right there with you guys, honestly. But yeah, I'm gonna say this. It's funny how the season has gone for the Canes, man. I mean, it's hilarious, okay? The Miami defense, while better than last year for sure, didn't really show its stride until it made the playoffs. They made good plays in the regular season, but never actually came together this much, this significant until we saw them in the college football playoffs. They ended up letting like teams like, you know, SMU, Louisville, teams like that score a lot of points on him. And Ole Miss, I mean, they put up a hell of a fight. Really good offensive performance. So far, the best we've seen out of anybody. They put up a hell of a fight. Just was not enough in the end. Because out of nowhere, Carson Beck finally decided to clutch up. And Lane Kiffin... Lane Kiffin is, if nothing else, Lane Kiffin is not going to get his extra $1 million. So there is a silver lining to all of that for if you're an Ole Miss man. At least Lane Kiffin is not going to get an extra $1 million. Yeah, and if this tells you anything, Texas was the only SEC team to defeat a Power 4 non-con opponent in a bowl game. Wow. SEC is down horrendous. That's bad. I think it goes without saying, but that's really bad. All right, well, here, while the celebration is underway, let me do what everyone's been waiting for. Time for me to hit the, fine, I'll play it again. 7th floor Squiddy.
On the 7th floor.
Ooh. This is so stupid. Wait. I tried to make the clown noise there.
What's your name? What you do? Hold my nuts. How you do it? With your hands in the smile. Ooh. That your hoe was done by the whole second crew. Tell me what would you do? Would you cry like you a bitch or would you try to hate on me? Don't matter to me, shit, that's why your ass stay lonely. I stay stay squeezing that ass for days. Don't try your ass at me, that's how marvelous get paid. I keep getting laid. No matter the time of the
Oh
day,
my
no matter
goodness.
what you say, keep bringing her off and shaking that dick up off of yours, eh? As you don't want to test these pimp ass niggas.
Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, there you go. Scott Crawford, thank you very much for the 5, says, by the way, thanks for making a deep Dragon Ball Z Bridge Get Out video for Bama. Alabama!
Alabama!
No problem, good sir. Glad to help out in any way that I can. Look, I'm not going to have the time for this for the SEC Get Out video. I'm just going to run with the usual gimmick, but I'll tell you guys this. I'll make this a promise to you guys, for those of you that are still listening. If Miami wins the national championship, if they find a way to win it all, I will cover that song in full. But, now let me go ahead and say, I'm going to have to make my own lyrics to it. For reasons, you get the idea. But I will cover that song. I'll sing it. You've got my word. I will sing the 7th Floor song. I'll have to think of something else I'll do for Indiana, but I will sing that song, the 7th Floor song, with my own lyrics. But you have my word on that. SEC is truly out of their prime. Bit has been. Nothing's changed that. Carla Jenkins, appreciate the 5. Thank you very much. Says, somebody check on SEC numbers guy. Already have. They pivoted to Texas now. Because Texas, like I said, was the only team in the Power 5 or in the SEC that beat a Power 4 non-con opponent in a bowl game. And they're like, oh, Texas would have won the Natty if they didn't get snubbed from the playoffs. Oh my goodness. I gotta respect the grind. I know what they're doing and I love it because as much as it pisses off the SEC lovers when you rag on the SEC, it pisses the haters off so much more when you constantly pivot talking about how the SEC is the best conference in any given scenario. Gotta love it. Tyler Rubin, appreciate the 2, says Miami can win the Natty before they win the ACC. The ACC is just a different league, I guess. I don't know. What the hell? Maybe that's why everybody in the ACC sucked. Because they were busy playing each other. It doesn't matter. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. But I guess I don't know. That 6 guy, appreciate the 10, says Squid, I need some advice now. How do I deal with my most hated rivals winning natties in basketball and football while ours is incredibly incompetent as a mid-teens Tennessee fan? Help my FSU heart. Well, the advice I would have for you, first off, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. But the advice I would have for you is you need to get to a point in your life where the outcome of a bunch of college kids playing sports does not affect you mentally in most capacity. Because Florida State's in some hard times. They're going to be in some hard times. The only silver lining there is that Florida is going to be in probably harder times than you are in the future. But you're in for some hard times in the future as well. So the best thing I can tell you is just don't let it affect you. Find another hobby. or better yet, just enjoy college football for what it's worth. You never know. Oh yeah, yeah, I got nothing else for you. But stick around. Find the joy in your team being terrible. How do you think I've been able to survive here on YouTube for as long as I have? You know what I mean? You could have said mid-teens Tennessee, and it still would have sufficed. Boy, next thing I got to do is I've got to contact Coach Coop. I need to get with him. I want him on College Football Chaos. Defensive Player of the Game, Jacoby Thomas. What a guy. What a legend. I wonder who'd be stupid enough to let him go. Wonder who that would be. Yeah. I'd rather be a Tennessee or FSU fan than a Maryland fan. Yeah, that's true. Think about it this way, Florida State, man. It could be way worse. You could be Maryland. Look at Maryland. Not only are they due for another poverty season, but they've got to keep Mike Locksley around for another year of 4-8. because they're going to win their first 4 games and then fall off a cliff in September, just like I predicted every single year. So, yeah, sorry. But you absolutely could be them. You know what I mean? You could be West Virginia, who stuck with round 2 of Rich Rod and failed to even make a bowl game because of it. Could absolutely be them. You could be James Madison, where, yes, you made the college football playoffs, but your entire team now is gone and you're due for a Marshall. You're due for Marshall. Because Marshall lost their entire team after their run in 24, and look at where they ended up. Might be great on college football chaos win. Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know. You might be onto something there. I'll do what I can, you guys. I'll do what I can. I'll contact who I need to contact and try and make things happen to the best of my ability. That's what I can promise you. Maryland is cooked until you guys find and hire a real head coach. Same goes with Wisconsin. Wisconsin, probably Baylor. I say that because now they've got DJ Lively, who's already gotten one coach fired. He's due to get another one fired, and who else but Dave Aranda to get fired, you know what I mean? Scott Crawford, very generous $50 super chat. Bring out the mustard costume. Oh, I sure will, buddy. I might keep this up for the next stream. I might keep this. I don't know. I might keep this on for the next stream because I'll probably wear the mustard costume to start next week, and then I might be able to wear the hot dog costume. I don't know. Well, let me go get it on. Joel Sheet, thank you very much for the 5, says, laugh out loud at UGA. Beck got his revenge without even playing them. Enjoy the couch losers. Hell yeah. That's the best part about this upcoming national championship is that there won't be any dogs to ruin it. That's why I'm okay with people ragging on the SEC, because you're at the same time you're ragging on Georgia. So can't say, I mean, I can't argue with that. SEC started off with Bama losing to Florida State and ended with Ole Miss losing to Miami. Dadgum ACC. What an anomaly of a season, huh? Wash the costume, by the way. It's very nice. It was long overdue that I had to wash it. It was really it was getting pretty dirty. Being around all those Illinois fans up in the stands made it really dirty. Power to Tank Daria. Oh, there we go. Fashion at its finest. Ooh, alrighty then. And now for added measure, I'll do you a solid and hit the Squiddy in the mustard costume. Do 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 do. Woo! 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 Ole Miss defense is ass. Yeah, that's been known. It was been known when they were playing Georgia too. Ole Miss does not have a really. They don't have the defense. They don't have the defensive heavyweights that Miami did. That's for sure. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hell yeah. Now, I will say, it's worth noting that whoever they play in the national championship, whether it's Oregon or Indiana, Miami is going to be in a tougher position than they otherwise would be. They are making it to the Natty, but they're going to be in a tough spot because here's what we do know. Xavier Lucas, one of their top defensive players, is going to be out for that first half due to targeting. Akeem Mesidor, who went down with what looked like a nasty injury late in that game, could also be out for the rest of the season. Now, he'll probably be able to recover, But there is the potential outcome to where he's just out for the rest of the year. And if they lose Mesidor, they're without two of their top defensive heavyweights going into that match. Now Ruben Bain should still be healthy, which is huge, obviously. Keontae Scott will still be healthy, very huge. Jacoby Thomas, who came through the clutch heavily in this matchup, obviously going to be a huge pickup for him right there. But yeah, no, they're going to need some help. Love your videos. Keep up the good work. I will do my best. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, thank you. I almost feel like that peanut butter jelly time song when it should be playing when you do that. Maybe. Jacoby Thomas looked healthy at the end of that game, so he looked like he was in a way better spot than Mesidor, so I think he should be healthy and ready to go once that game comes around. He's going to have more than a week to rest. Because think about it, he's got the rest of this week, he's got all of next week, including the weekend, and then most of Monday. The Natty doesn't start until 8 o'clock on Monday night, which, again, that's pretty stupid. Really freaking stupid. Natty being on a Monday night. But that until that fixes itself, that's just the way it is. If not mistaken, Indiana and Oregon will both be favored over Miami. Yeah, no. That's been known. Can't wait for Kiffin to miss the playoffs next year. Could happen. Kiffin is right where he belongs. He can't win big games either. That 6 guy, appreciate the 5, says, the only thing that's keeping me sane is that I'm also a South Florida fan, and we had a very good week that UCF will never win any real natties. Don't say never. Something I learned, do not say never. But you are in a good position. Can't argue with that. Yeah, no, South Florida had a great year. Sucks it wasn't able to come together and you weren't able to get into the playoffs, but still a pretty good year. Now, that being said, next year is going to be a rebuilding year because you lost Golish. You lost a lot of your good talent. It's going to take some time to build that back up, but not to say that you'll just suddenly just fall off a cliff and have a terrible year. But you've got some rebuilding to do. If Indiana makes it, I don't know who I'm rooting for. Been pulling for both Indiana and Miami since Tech got eliminated. You do what I do. Just root for the good game. If the wild card expansion didn't happen or they didn't move it to 2-3-1, they could have wrapped up the Monday after wild card weekend. Yeah, but there was no reason for that to happen. Yeah, they need a little bit more of a break. Kevin Von Magnum, appreciate the 5, says, welp, it's official. The SEC is now group of 6 until further notice. 1-7 outside of the conference and bowl, or of the conference/bowl postseason. Yeah, no, the SEC is absolutely down horrendous. I can agree with you on that. Not having a good day. Good season overall. That was been known since Bama lost to Florida State, but there's no excuse for it now. The SEC is just not in a good spot. That's just the reality of the situation. To deny that either makes you a troll or an outright idiot. Has Michael Irvin dropped the belt to ass video yet, or is that coming later? I'm waiting for it to load on my timeline. Michael Irvin going over to the sideline with the ooh, 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 and all that. When's that coming? I do feel bad, though, for Trinidad Chambliss. You know, considering how the story around him, because it's obvious that, you know, how many times have they told you that? During every single break, I'm sure the commentators told you about how Trinidad Chambliss came up from Ferris State, stayed in the backfield, stayed in the bench for a couple of years, came as the backup for Ole Miss, now he led them all the way to the playoff semifinals. I do feel bad because he put his heart out there today. He fought with everything he had. You know, the reality is, I mean, it's if you can't have 12 Trinidad Chamblisses on the field at once. Oh, I bet any college games are getting higher rates than the NFL games. Well, no doubt college has received a lot of attention from the national media. You give them credit for that. One thing I want to do is, and this is completely unrelated, but it is receiving a lot of attention. There are people from outside of the U.S. that check in on this channel every now and then, and I love it when I see that because it's always cool to see people from outside of the country, from like Germany, Japan, other, name the country, who see like college football and sports like that and actually know one or two things about it. Especially since football anywhere outside of the U.S., every time you hear the name football, it's always reserved for something like soccer. But for them to know about that is pretty cool. But yeah, no. Anyway, they've got this place in Japan. I've seen videos about it, and I've always wanted to go. They've got all these little cool stores in Japan, and a lot of them are related to like anime and stuff like that. And you already know I love that. That's all the proof you need to know. But one of the places that they have there is this store that this guy opened up. It's all Tennessee Vols stuff. Tennessee Vols games, Tennessee Vols wear, helmets, memorabilia, jerseys, everything you could ask for, all packed in one tight little store. And I've always wanted to to go there and check it out for myself. So one thing I'm absolutely doing no matter what is I'm going to that if I ever go to Japan. That's it. That is if it's still open when I get there. Which the Tennessee fan base grows ever so exponentially as the years go on, so who knows. Scott Crawford, thank you very much for the 5, says Texas is the only SEC team to win a bowl game, I think. Yeah. We mentioned that earlier, and that is absolutely hilarious. Speaking of Squidtard, we getting a Squidtard Sports Rice Bowl special? Potentially so. I don't know. We'll see. Unfortunately, the Tardaria Squidtards were not in attendance during this bowl season. There it is. There it is. Michael Irvin's on my timeline. Now I knew it was coming. It's going into the chaos. There we go. But guys, I will say, if Miami does win the national championship, I will sing the 7th floor. Now, like I said, I'll have to change some of the lyrics because I don't want that wouldn't look good on my end, for various reasons. But I will sing most of that song. So we have Sid from Ice Age leading the U against a powerhouse. Well, which powerhouse is now the question. But it's crazy that Miami dadgum made the national championship. What a timeline, huh? Absolutely crazy. Got to give credit to Cristobal, man. He's able to recruit. He was. Cristobal was able to recruit the right guys. All he needed was the right coaching. He tried to blow the bowl game with that clock management at the end there. He tried to blow the game away. But thanks to the talent fee, came through in the clutch with Carson Beck running in the end zone, saved the day for him. No, it's not about that, Caesar. It's less about that and more of everything else around it. Kevin Von Mountain, appreciate the 2. You talking about the good old Tennessee bar in Tokyo? I believe I am. Yes. I didn't remember the name of it. Thank you for bringing that back into my head. Thank you very much. But yeah, no, I've always wanted to go there. Eventually, when I'm able to, down the line at some point in my distant lifetime, get the funds to go, I'm 100% going. And I'll vlog the entire thing. Maybe half of it in the mustard costume. Who knows? Because I've still got to do a bunch of campus tours, too. That's another thing that I want to get started with, is doing those campus tours. And show you guys all around the campus and giving you my thoughts on them. Get back another Lambo? Yeah, I guess he earned it. So what, does Lane Kiffin attempt to poach the rest of the Ole Miss staff? Oh, yeah. No, he's going to. It's just a matter of we're going to find out real quick how many of them are going to jump ship. That's the big question. Also, a permanent reminder that Japan has its own American football league that no one outside Japan watches, because no one outside Japan can. As far as I know, it's only available on certain streaming services, and most of them aren't even available here in the U.S. From my knowledge, that's exactly how it goes. But yeah, what a game. Yeah, as I expected, a lot of the big name accounts are immediately coming out and bashing on the SEC and acting like the SEC got special privilege, when the reality of the situation is just that all the teams below them just sucked. They sucked too hard. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. They were I don't understand. All these accounts were fine with it. They were fine with these SEC teams being in back when Notre Dame got screwed, or supposedly screwed. They were fine with it, but now it's a problem because turns out all of them can't make the national championship. Now it's a problem. Well, what did you think was going to change if Notre Dame or BYU were in? Nothing would have changed. They would have been first or second round exits just as much as anybody else would have expected it to. I mean, I get it. It's why we play the games, but I mean, come on. What are we doing? What campuses are you touring? Well, none right now. Right now I'm stuck here for the time being. All right. Colin Langs, appreciate the 2. Why is Beck flipping the script? Because he's not at Georgia anymore. There's your answer. Further proof that Brock Bowers carried Georgia in 23. All right, enough ragging on the dogs. I think they've had enough abuse from me as of right now. Congrats, SEC. You get to watch the Natty in the Max chair again for the 3rd year in a row. Wah, wah, wah. Maybe if Notre Dame also faced the gauntlet ACC schedule, they could have made a run. Well, maybe next time Notre Dame can join a conference. How about that? Maybe next time Notre Dame joins the ACC and wins it the old-fashioned way. If Notre Dame was in the ACC this year, they would have probably played in it. Then if they won the ACC, they would have been here. Hey, Tristan, there's a spot right here for you. Please, have a seat. Have a seat. Plenty of room over here on the couch. Watching this Miami team now, I have no idea how they lost to Louisville and SMU, because they did what most teams couldn't and shut down the run game. And a lot of it was due to Cristobal's own tomfoolery, not doing what he was supposed to, running the ball wise, didn't let Fletcher do anything, left the game to Malachi Toney. And once they shut him down, it was all up to Carson Beck. And, of course, the exception has been tonight. The exception has been tonight of this rule, but more often than not, when you leave Carson Beck in the clutch situation, he always finds a way to fumble the bag somewhere, somewhere among those lines. Tyler Rubum, thank you very much for the 2, says, do you think Illinois State can run it back? I think so. It's not impossible. But considering how many teams are in the FCS championship, to say that they run it back and get all the way there, I very highly doubt. It's gonna be a hard task. You're better off than most, I'll say that much. But Dylan Lord already hit the portal, so there he goes. You're gonna need to build some more pieces there in order to make another run, I think. And even then, it's unknown what's going to happen because teams get hot, teams get cold. You could very well get either one of those things once you enter the FCS playoffs. They're gonna build to the 8th floor. Dang, you're gonna tell me Ole Miss got effed on the 8th floor? Whew. Ay ay ay. Scott Crawford, thank you very much for the 2. Says SEC. I'm glad you're getting a kick out of this.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Yeah, not to not. Yeah, Victor Dawson returning. Yeah, that is a huge pickup for y'all. No doubt. Again, though, any key piece that you miss from the offense, especially since you're already losing depth because of the NFL draft, graduation, you're automatically losing depth on your roster because of that. So you need to build some up through recruiting, through the transfer portal, through whatever else you can find, and now you lost what was probably your biggest playmaker on the offense in Dylan Lord. Now you're going to have to rebuild that back up on top of whatever else you're missing out on. So not to say that the sky's falling or anything like that. You're in a way better position than most, but it's going to take some time to build it up. Oh, here we are. Here we go. Here we go. Guess what just showed up on the TV? Here we go. They're showing the previous Miami seasons. They're showing the 80s, the 2001 season. They're doing the 30 for 30 again. Lord almighty, it's that time, ain't it? We knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to happen. Had to have. Scott Crawford, thank you very much for the 2. Says clown music. I guess we'll run the clown music on the way out, but you're going to hear plenty of that on my next Get Out video. Another hypothesis win from the SEC. Well said. Speaking of FCS, still pissed the Mountain West hasn't given invites to the Dakota states yet. I feel like it's coming. At this point in time, I feel like it's due to come at any point in time. And a lot of it is probably, I don't even know. The thing is, I don't even know if they'd accept. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't, but you can't guarantee that they'll automatically accept the moment they're handed that application. I'm trying to imagine a championship parade in Bloomington, Indiana, tractors and trucks, and about 45 people showing up to watch the show. And half of them are probably Mendoza's family. I'm looking forward to the bowl season, college football chaos. Yeah, it's going to be a good one from the looks of it. This bowl season, as well as everything else, has been insanity, no matter what. SEC, it just means more. Yes, it is. Yes, it do be. Different leagues. Slowly euthanized conference. I'll take that comment. Gimme that. I'm probably going to use that in the Get Out video. Paul Feinbaum is probably packing up his ears and calling it a season now. Oh, yeah. Show's turned off. But you know he'll find something. You know he'll find something. Always has. Somebody said Pete Golding has more DUIs than national championship appearances. Dear Lord. Well, he's still got more dignity than Demond Williams. If nothing else, he's got that going for him, but that's it. Possible covering of Illinois State game? Already did. Go check out the game of the century. any of the Dakotas will probably suffer money-wise if they leave the FCS. Well, one thing is for sure, I mean, they're gonna have money because they're probably gonna be playing like D2 schools and stuff like that, and they'll slide them a paycheck each and every time they get a win there. But what they will have is like for every time they play a team like from the power conferences, they'll receive a paycheck there too. Plus, for like all the wins that they get, whatever else they do, they'll get more money for that too. So they'll get their funding. I don't think that's going to necessarily be a problem. It's more about just trying to match up against the competition that they're going to have to face. And there's exceptions to the rule, like James Madison, like I previously mentioned. But it's not a guarantee that you're just going to go from one league to another and then suddenly just start playing elite football. You're just not. More often than not, that's how it's going to be. That's exactly how it's going to be. Still going to call the ACC tank conference? Abso-freaking-lutely. Because let's be real. Yes, Miami won the national championship because of or not the national championship. That's not yet. But they got to the national championship because of Miami. Look at the rest of the ACC, and that should tell you everything you need to know. The ACC champion wasn't even good enough to make the playoffs. With an automatic spot given to the top 5 conference champions. And the ACC still couldn't get their conference champion in. Yes, they're still tank conference. Yeah, we got 2 more games left. 2 more games left of college football, and then we're done for the year. Speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night, you guys. I've got to go ahead and make this get out video and then get ready for another day tomorrow. I've got to go. Earlier today, I went to one of these stores that turned in a bunch of books from my grandfather who gave me them. And I waited there for about 2 hours once I turned in all those books, and they still didn't have it ready. So I left, and I've got to go back tomorrow to receive all the money that some of the money. I'm not going to get much of anything, but I'm going to receive like $10. Woo! I got to go back and get that. Of course, get the next stream ready to go. And then the Pac-Man Festival's coming out for Crossworlds, and I plan to play that tomorrow afternoon, I'd say, on stream. Because the game's not until 7 o'clock or 7:30. I'll be live at 7 o'clock, so you guys stay tuned. Tomorrow night, we'll be live just like we were tonight. We will be live at 7 o'clock sharp for the Indiana-Oregon game to find out who's going to be going on to play the Hurricanes in the national championship. Crazy scenario we're living in, I know. Stunning even. All right, guys. Well, y'all take care. Take it easy. Get some good night's sleep. Get yourself ready for tomorrow because it's going to be another insane CFP semifinal, or at least I certainly hope so. And as Scott suggested, I will end this out with the clown show. Tiger Mania, thank you very much for the 2 says. Finally, we get our coaches. Lol. You might get more than what you're bargaining for. We'll see. We'll see in due time. All that we know is that it's going to be a crazy week coming up. It says it's still not over. All right, guys. Y'all take care. Woo! See y'all tomorrow for the Peach Bowl between Indiana and Oregon. And to the SEC, you can officially get out! All right, guys. Y'all take care. Love y'all. Power to Tardaria, as always.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.